join their kingdom, the goal is to get like as many
That's great. If you feel the same, don't want it any other way. Life comes in waves. You're unpredictable when you ask me why. You wear your feelings on your shoulder. You're asking questions as you're older. It's undeniable that you feel this way when all the noises are so mesmerizing, polarizing, captivating in your waiting. Don't hold on to the fear of all the reasons why you still got your life.
Something I hear in this.
That's great. If you feel the same, don't want it any other way.
2022 GSL Season 2. Africa TV, Free Cup Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another day of the GSL Codas. We're in the round of 10 in Group B. We're going to be closing out this group, and after this, we go right on into the round of 6.
Yeah, and the round of 6 already looking pretty damn good with one player of each race in Maru Hero and DRG making it through. That is like really exciting. Some very old school players in there, like Maru and DRG, man, are from like the old days. So great to see them doing well. And of course, today, 3 more going forward. Dark seems to be a shoo-in, but who knows?
He should advance unless we have some really crazy plot twist today. We're going to start the day off here with Dark versus Creator. Of course, the big story about Creator, I know it was 2 weeks ago. We had to take a little bit of time off from DreamHack, but if you remember, Creator, who played incredibly in Season 1, getting to the finals, only to lose to Rogue, and there's no shame in that, had a rough set of games.
Yeah.
He's not eliminated yet, although he could be depending on how some of these other games in the group go, but he basically has to, like, perfect score this group for day 2 in order to probably get out.
He has to destroy tonight, and I'm not talking about headsets.
That's right. He went 2-0 versus headsets, though, if you remember.
He did 2-0 headsets.
Yes.
But that will probably 0-2
I
his
would go
bank
as far
account.
as to say if it was a best of 5, he would have 3-0'd the headsets as well. So
yeah, well, I mean, he's going to have a chance again here tonight.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. So you can see here from Group A, we had a lot of great games in that group. By the way, guys, good to have an audience here again. Welcome back. Bunny, of course, has made it. We should mention as well.
Yeah.
He's
Bunny,
back.
Bunny is back. That's right. But yeah, the results that we had, that was a fun Group A.
Yeah.
You can see that Hero's already in the round of 4. Maru is in the winner's match, and DRG in the loser's match. So I'm excited about this, man. I kind of agree with you. Like, we might actually have a Protoss champion once again. It's been 5 years.
It's feeling like it, right? The way that Hero's playing, he doesn't seem to have any of the pitfalls that we have of Protosses that seem to be good enough but can't quite close it out at the end, like we've had with Creator, even with Zest in some of our finals in the past. And so, yeah, it's been a lot of fun having this new format here in the round of 10. Again, we are going to be going on into the round of 6 shortly here, and I know we're not all the way into the round of 6 yet, but Hero is definitely the guy I've got my eye on overall here.
For sure. Now, these next couple matches are so important. Like, Creator basically has to win. He's at -3 right now, so he has a lot of catch-up to go for. And Cure as well, right? They're both not doing well at the moment. Dark absolutely slaying. He has to have a terrible night. And, like, everything has to go wrong for him and right for his opponents for him to fall out of this top 3, I think.
Yeah, man. I mean, it is looking more and more like he's going to have a pretty good shot of just also being in the finals. I mean, if you were a very conservative betting man and you see that Dark's already gotten this far, you would know that you are, I mean, he's probably going to be a guy to advance. Of course, looking at Creator here.
Dude, yeah, in the last, like, what, 3-4 years, like, there's only been 4 different GSL champs or something, right? It's been Rogue, it's been Maru, it's been Dark, and the Cure, like, snuck in there and took one in TY, right? That's it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Cure, man, we would have had this hilarious thing where it was just, like, the same 4 people winning every GSL.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet.
And, you know, one of the reasons why Creator, I think, was so stressed in the first day of Group B is that those were the games in his group that he probably knew he had to win to be likely to advance here.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that Creator can't be Dark, okay? It just, one of the realities out here in this region is that there's like 3-4 players that you can pretty much always say, well, even if I'm at the very, very top of my game, I could lose to these players.
Yeah.
Players like Maru, Rogue, Dark, and I guess maybe
that's
just
good
those
for
3.
now.
Yeah.
TY's in the military, so
we'll hold off on that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's see what Creator can do again. really achieved his dream of getting to a GSL finals again. Didn't quite make it, but again, no shame in losing to Rogue. But Creator is hoping to have this season be one where he can then erase the demons of the past, get that championship. But right now, he's got to go against maybe the toughest opponent that's left in this tournament, at least as far as Zergs go.
I think he has to 2-0 here, man.
I think so.
For real.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark. Team NV, Creator.
We have a pretty big audience here today. It's getting more and more full every time.
Yeah, and we just got started. All the seats are already filled. We're getting more seats laid out here.
If you look at our audience growth at GSL Tasteless, by the end of next year, it's just going to be pure humanity in here. You're not even able to get in the studio.
Getting creator support here. Happy birthday. Greetings from Singapore as well. Yeah, Korea as a country has finally opened back up, so we're getting tourists in here as well.
Yeah, nice to have them back.
It was an odd time having the country basically shut down.
Dude,
and then finding out who actually lives and works here.
Yeah.
That's it, you know?
End of January 2020 until just recently.
Yeah.
It was crappy couple of years, man.
Yeah, everything was closed, and
my God,
rarely ever saw a foreigner here.
Yeah. Oh, 2 gates. What are we seeing?
Oh, I almost didn't catch that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
2 gates warping in right at the entrance.
Actually, I was looking at the audience the whole time.
His gateway and core warping in at the same time. That's impossible.
Yeah, well, I was looking at the audience and looking at you because I don't like to watch early games. All right, that's why I hate our toast cast.
That's why they're the worst.
Off. He doesn't want to talk about the Reaper. It's really important. I did a spreadsheet about how the Reaper, whoever kills the Ling, is more likely to win.
If you kill 2 Lings, you're more likely to win the whole game.
Yeah. Go fall down a well. Anyways, yeah, this must have been a Nexus first is what we're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Because the gate
that would
finished
make
like
sense.
right around the same time as the Nexus. So, yeah, okay, so cool. Like, Creator bringing a very strong build.
The question is, can he leverage this against Dark? The thing about Dark in general is he never seems to be uncomfortable, whether it's a macro race or a game where you're trying to put pressure on the Zerg.
Yeah.
He pretty much shakes that off. And he also seems to be, as we have, each passing season of GSL, he seems to be increasingly better at never getting tricked. Like, he's a bit of a poker player with this,
Yeah.
There's the Protoss can basically set up so that the Zerg can't see what the Protoss is doing, and that really is actually like a poker game, right? Where you've seen, part of, some of the cards they have, but you don't know the full hand.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's then about the read and trying to see, do they have anything that gives that hand away?
Yeah.
He seems to, in a StarCraft sense, have that ability.
Yeah, no, I actually dig this
I think
metaphor
I kind of messed up my poker terms here because I was not a poker player myself, but
no, the idea though that you're kind of expressing here is pretty cool. Like, I've actually been thinking about stuff like that a lot lately, with like the percentages that you're trying to play with and do things with, and it does seem like it's hard to trick Dark. He's not an optimizer at all. I think that's part of why he's good at that. Right? Because if you look at some of these other players, Zest, of course, always comes to mind. Rogue, I think, comes to mind pretty well, too, where, like, things can go wrong for Rogue because he's getting, like, optimal drones out a lot of the time. Whereas Dark, like, he'll just throw down the Roach Horn, man. He'll be like, yeah, I'm making 7 roaches. I'm like, oh, are you rushing? He's like, it's a macro build.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But, he's not worried about that. He's not worried about the numbers as much. He just kind of, like, it's like he's got, those like rubber boots that people wear in like the Everglades where it's like They go up to like your nipples, basically. You know what I'm talking about?
It's almost like, or they could be like overalls that go all the way down. Yeah.
Well, I imagine he's like wearing that, wading through the games.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, he just always seems to not be caught off guard, even if it means he has to pump a little bit of attacking units that then don't end up getting used.
Yeah, he's the best, and we've talked about this for years and years and years. He is the best at playing from a crap economy.
Yeah.
Like, of every Zerg. And I'm not talking about, like, there's rushers and stuff that, like, they're in bad economies and they'll play reasonably well. But, like, you can kill most of the drones. He'll play at 44 drones, man. He'll play a macro game. He'll go to Hive and stuff. It's crazy. He's really the only one that does that.
Yeah, very good at scrappy Zerg games, I would say. Better than everybody else.
So, double Oracle here. This is so cool what we're watching here from Creator. He really is bringing something very fresh, very new. I know we've been talking about Dark quite a bit here because that was an interesting way you were describing it, but a lot of Oracles popping out, and the fact that it's 2 Stargate, and we did see him do something similar to this before, but he's got the quick third base, Glaives on the way. Now there are some roaches coming out for Dark. I don't think he's gearing up for an attack. I think he's just playing, safe for the moment.
And, to go on Creator a little bit more here, by the way, this is going to be a lot of quick one-shotting. Oh, he's just going to go for the Spore. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like we never see this, but, even for me, it's easy to forget, like, yeah, I guess you can just gun down the Spore if you have that many Oracles.
That's funny that he powered onto the layer there for a moment. And now just going after a lot of drones. And, I mean, this is good damage.
Yeah.
He loses, like, 1 Oracle and gets 14 drones. And lost mining time and a Spore. That's high quality stuff.
It's about as much value as you could ask for.
Yeah.
So, Creator has also shown a lot of really interesting developments in his play. He always had, it seemed like, pretty good builds, at least idea-wise, but couldn't execute them. He would, like, mess something up somewhere.
Yeah.
Either, like, sometimes even just forgetting some pylons or, other games just attacking it when you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Having, units that were fractured off. There were games where he'd have, like, 2 Colossi not with his army. But this is a pretty interesting idea. He's going to basically come in here and hit the Zerg pretty hard. That was during the period where all these drones should have been remade effectively. Now, Dark does have a pretty insane amount of queens here, so it's going to be hard to do much more than that. And behind this, he's going to get Blink. He's getting a 4th Nexus, and, this is a, if Hero's style was Coca-Cola that we're seeing here, this is kind of the Pepsi of it. Like, it's going to go back into that, 4 bases, going into Soccer Blink. We got here. We're going to end up in the same place, but we took a different path to get here.
Yeah. I almost like this more, to be honest. Like, I mean, if you're going to go Nexus first, then double Stargate, power out a bunch of Oracles, get reasonable damage with that, and then he's made this group of Adepts, and he has enough Oracles that he's not that afraid of a Roach attack, which is what Adepts would generally be more afraid of. And the fact that now he's, like, walling off and already got the 4th, this looks fantastic. Like, he is putting out a very strong game right now.
And now we're going to see the Stalker play come in. The Dark is on 4 bases here, so he's even. So the question is now, can Creator develop the kind of pressure that can punish the Zerg? Because if you look at the map, I don't see an easy spot to expand to. I mean, the one spot that has creep is right by the Protoss' 4th. I mean, I think this is going to be an extremely claustrophobic mid-game for the Zerg.
Yeah. And I mean, the whole game looks very weird here for Dark. But again, he is good at these positions. Look at this. He's got triple Evo going right now, and he is getting into Lurker Tech as well as Hive. So certainly wants to get up to Lurker defense. So when I see Dark heading towards Lurker, I'm not as worried with the fact that he's getting out-macroed in a way. Because if you get to a good amount of Lurkers, it's hard for, like, this. I mean, Stalkers are countered by Lurkers so hard, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the Lurkers get a couple volleys and they just all blow up. But Creator is adding a Robo. Maybe we see him go up into Disruptors to try to get that finish.
It would seem like Disruptors are kind of the cherry on the tech cake or whatever. It's a terrible way for me to phrase it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of build up to everything, and then you've got this sort of centerpiece unit that allows you to kind of dish out damage.
Yeah. Yeah, not as good
Not
as
my
what you were
most
talking
apt.
about before, but like, you know, you win some, you lose some.
At least you're putting yourself out there, Tasteless.
Yeah. No, it's braver than what most people, right? Like, most people would have kept their mouths shut there, and they would have been right technically, but you're brave. But yeah, that's certainly something that will help against lurkers. But of course, we can get into Vipers with that as well, and have that kind of back and forth that we've seen a lot in the past. But look at the amount of stalkers.
Dude, I
here.
feel like Creator almost has this.
Yeah.
Like we're almost to the end here. Again, it can look like it's a back and forth, and it's hard to tell who's going to come out on top. But over time, this is going to really turn out pretty nicely here for the Protoss. He pushed it a little bit too far there.
He just wants those lurkers so bad. But yeah, he has so many stalkers now they can't even all fire at the same time.
Yeah,
It's like the same thing that happens to these giant roach balls.
Yeah,
you know?
There's
Like-
ones at the back that are running around.
Yeah. It's actually like a comical amount of stalkers. In fact, when I see this many, I'm like, is this a good RTS? Like, you only have this one here that can't
The
even all
game's
shoot?
been out for 12 years, and here's where we're at.
Like, yeah, no, this is the best unit, don't worry.
I mean, the problem for the Zerg is that he can't expand. And this 5th base in the south, I don't think we've put it on camera yet, but it is on the mini-map. And that's going to be the big problem for the Zerg, is when that finishes, now the Protoss has surpassed the Zerg. Oh, dude, there's a Nidus network.
Carrier's on the way here as well, so the thing is, this looks so good for Creator, and the fact that he's taking more bases, obviously huge. He's keeping so much pressure on, but Dark is maxed. He's defending everything. His lurker count is growing. And, ooh, he finds that instantly really good there from Creator. And Creator going to lose a bit of units there, but he will block that first Nidus, which is the most important thing that you can do. But yeah, I mean, I do feel like, even though this looks so Creator favored, and I would like favor him pretty much against everyone in this spot, Dark can play the lower econ Zerg and grind out value very, very well.
Yeah.
You've seen it so many times.
No, this is definitely what he does. And, I for some reason in my head, I kind of imagined he had to send all of his army through the Nidus, but this is pretty smart. He sends a very small amount.
Yeah.
And enough that, like, he can hit this and cause a real threat, and this is going to pull Creator back. And I got to say, this is like a pretty masterful tactic here from Dark. It's very different from the other Nidus networks we've seen in the game.
Yeah.
It's like a counterattack Nidus, and he's hitting expansions and tech.
He's kind of everywhere. He's blowing up Nexuses and stuff.
And he can basically seesaw back into the Nidus if he feels uncomfortable and go right back to defending. And look at this, in a total switcheroo, man. The Zerg is now taking their 5th base. The Protoss is really on edge. They haven't lost their army yet, but they are losing critical tech. That carrier tech is just not going to be a thing this game.
Yeah, that's a pain in the butt, man. He's got 2 Stargates, I guess, up in the main base, but like he's losing a lot of his production. He's got to remake a lot of this. Upgrades are going to be missing now because of Cybernetics Core. Like, Creator will live, and Dark still doesn't have the greatest economy, but what counterplay there? Fantastic. Now he's going up into Ultra Tech. He's going up into Infestors. He's getting his 3/3/3 upgrades. What an interesting game this has been.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild. I am worried that Creator has lost such critical infrastructure that it's going to be hard to recover. Keep in mind that even though the Niduses have been killed, they could be remade just as easily. So,
yeah,
it does seem like Dark, we're kind of watching real time as this, Protoss versus Zerg meta is changing. We're kind of seeing how a player like Dark adapts to this. Letting the pressure really build up until he knows, all right, now is my chance. 3 Niduses coming up inside the back of your base, hit you, and then go right back to turtling.
Well, the Creator still has a very scary army. Jumps on top of that lurker immediately. Only 1 lurker at this base. So Dark gonna give it up.
Killed.
Yeah. And the Creator still has a good probe count. He's remaking some of his Nexuses. Well, maybe I spoke too soon there, but Mothership even out right now.
Has he started more Niduses?
No, I don't think so.
So a lot of workers being killed for Protoss. It's 72 to 45. Oh, he's blinked up into the main. This is actually kind of crazy because this is such a huge bottleneck that he's controlling over here.
Oh my God! And with the carriers coming up, he's going to pop everything, man. The carrier stalker is going to do a huge amount of damage.
Oh, I think Creator might be about to win.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be any more queens.
There were some great moves here from Dark. No doubt about that.
This was a really interesting game. I mean,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Shroud is out, man. Look at that nice fungal on the interceptors.
Are there corruptors being made or anything? Because I see 2 spires.
We don't know, but it looks like mostly infestors in these eggs, infestor Hydra. Which, I mean, it's not a terrible idea, I think. But yeah, this is a lot of critical tech that's going away.
Okay, so he's going to get the 2 spires. So he would have to fight this from the ground effectively if he's going to kill it. He's going to get the den next. You know, if he gets the layer, we don't know if the techs are being remade. Oh, I guess we would know. The production tab's up, but we don't see the techs being remade here just yet.
Yeah, just the spawning pool at the moment. He's about to have 3-3 for those slings as well.
I think Creator's won.
I think so.
I think as long as Creator has a couple buildings in this game, I think the carriers can kind of take care of the rest, right?
Yeah, well, he's really massing up infestors. I'd actually like to see the unit tab right now. Because, I mean, if you get enough infestors, you can bomb these carriers out of here, right?
That is true.
Not sure exactly what his anti-air looks like. Like, it looks like he might just go infestor queen from here, but I definitely... I mean, this is the game is crazy.
This is one of the craziest PVZs we've had all year.
Mm-hmm. Well, tech's one of them. We'll get rid of that. So that's something at least. Ultra's being made now. I love it. Did he get kindness? I believe he did, right?
I think we saw that upgrade making. I don't know if it was stopped in time or not.
I think he got kindness and legs. Like, Dark was busy on the upgrades.
Now, keep in mind, if the Zerg smashes this army, which I don't think he will, it's not like he has the army to counterattack as easily. He can have a couple guerrilla tactics like these Banes coming through here, but he doesn't have like a death ball that he can really fight with. 34 workers remain to the 70 of the Zerg here. Ooh, even burrowing. That's nice.
I love it, yeah. Yeah, the worker count very low for Creator, but his army so much higher in supply. There's only 1 lurker out right now. 9 infestors and 9 queens. There's going to have to be a lot of value out of those ones. There are 71 drones, which is so many, considering the weird game state. But 2 Ultra's going to run away, just gives up that hatchery instantly.
So he takes out that base. Now the base to the right of that, that's very easy to punish from the low ground. I mean, workers, by the way, I should say probes are not being made here. So this is going to be a difficult spot, to be honest. Oh. It was like a dolphin coming up from the water and diving back in.
Dude, oh my God, these Banelings are just destroying. How many probes has he lost this game?
You know, interceptors.
I'm telling you, 100.
Interceptors are not free either. They're both very low on minerals here. So, I mean, it's... Now,
maybe you should take 1 carrier and attack the drones at that high ground base. Because if you have all of them attack, I think we're going to see chain fungal, right?
Seems like it.
You got to bait out fungals onto like minimal interceptors. I wonder if we have Neural right now. I don't think so.
I mean, it would
Neural could be good here, though.
So, I mean, Creator, I think still slightly in the advantage. I know there's more workers right now for Dark, which makes me a little bit worried just because he's going to be able to kind of get to where he wants to be a little bit more quickly. Are we about to see the actual fight go down?
Oh, he does have a feedback in there. I hadn't even realized. Okay, throws a fungal down a little bit late on that. Gonna lose another hatchery, it looks like. This one brand new. Oracle took care of the other one. Dude, Ultras wreck Zealots so hard.
Okay, so the problem for the Zerg is that besides this top left base, there's not that many new locations to harvest resources from. I guess that's... Protoss is like sort of barely getting by with what they've got, but it's not ideal.
What do you think about this Void Ray production into mass infestor? I don't like it that much. Voids like clump really heavily. Like obviously they're good against the Ultras, but
He might just want to try to run him up behind resource gathering locations, and, like, kind of harass with them. Maybe it's not about the death ball.
I don't think he got the, he didn't get the speed upgrade for him. If he had it, that would make a bit more sense.
Well, this spot's going to be critical because this is where Zerg's mining from 2 locations.
Backing up, some of the interceptors going down. I almost called them interfestors.
Interfestors, man.
That's what happens when the infestors and the interceptors cast together.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Big storms blanketing that area. The Ultras are a real problem here.
Yeah.
There's enough on the ground. I actually think Dark may have clawed his way back from the grave.
I think you're right.
Because this is an army where, like, the carriers are going to have a hard enough time fighting the queens and infestors already, right?
And those storms really didn't do much, but he brings in the Void Rays, turns them on. Wow, that's a lot of banelings coming in here.
So you got to go for the Nexus?
Yeah, the Shroud here, man, doing, like, what it was intended to do.
I think that Creator he was in a winning position. I think it kind of slipped between his fingertips. It
takes a player like Dark to pull a game like that back.
Yeah.
Like, people can talk about Zerg OP however much they want, but I don't think many Zergs in the world would have come back from that position. Like, he just navigated it perfectly. It looked like he was dead. The counterattack with the Nidus, kind of drawing him out of position, hitting every base over and over and over and over with the Banelings. Really high quality stuff. Oh, and he gets the Nexus too.
Workers too.
Dude, he's got him.
Yeah, this is probably over. I mean, Dark has to be careful with how he kind of navigates this, but this is one, it's going to be hard to imagine Creator winning it. Of course, it's always going to come down to these big engages.
Yeah, this army has to do it, but look at the amount of infestors in here.
Okay.
Oh, God, and there's the Neurals just powering down. Oh, man. All right, trying to hit some V-backs in there. Does he actually have enough air here to take everything down now? Don't forget, like, the damage here from those queens, that's like his anti-air. He's just giving them additional armor.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any more interceptors in this game here. 5 minerals
he's got
in the
no
bank.
minerals.
Yeah.
10, okay, let's get an interceptor.
One
okay.
interceptor at a time.
Can we get 10 again? Can we have 10 again? Okay, there we go. Another interceptor. 10. Yes, yes, yes. Another interceptor. Here we go.
They're going to, Creator's going to have to tap out.
Yeah.
What a great game, though.
Fantastic game.
I really learned a lot from watching Dark
impressive.
Here. Yeah. I mean, it looked like there was no way out for Dark, and then he just had the Nidus harassed, backed out, grew a little bit more, and then just kept powering. I do think a lot of this goes back to Creator not making enough probes when he lost his workers. He seemed to kind of become paralyzed economically. I think he kind of thought, all right, you're going to attack into me, or, there's going to be an opening, and it never came. And so we basically saw him sit on, I think, 35 probes for, the better part of 4 minutes.
Yeah, quite some time. Creator, this is his last hurrah for sure. Like, he has to win with what he's got. He's got almost 0 income at this point.
Yeah, well, he's not going to have any buildings. Let's say that this can't be stopped and he goes all the way up into the top left and then towards the upper center. I mean, he's not going to have any more buildings. There's nowhere to even make buildings right now where this fleet is because there's creep everywhere.
Yeah, he is going to lose the base trade in that regard as well. Kind of losing in every way at this point. Throws down the time warps. Not enough. And Dark starts to thrash the hopes and dreams here of Creator. Creator had such a brilliant opening. Like, everything he did looked amazing.
Yeah.
And Dark was just like... It was amazing to watch him, like, wiggle himself around there. He was, like that Bruce Lee saying about water, right? Like, that's what Dark was there, man. Like, he formed himself around.
He was really patient.
It was amazing to see, too. Like, I mean, he's using the most underutilized spell probably in the entire game to give extra armor to his queens to wear down interceptors while he's using fungals and whatnot. And then he's like, yeah, there's a lot of air here. We definitely need those ultras. And it's cool to see. Masterfully done. And I tell you, I want to see a Dark Hero final. That's what I'm here for.
I'm down for that. Well, keep in mind, Creator needs every win and has to avoid as many losses as possible. We don't know if he's going to get out of this group. It's looking very unlikely.
Yeah.
He's up against his biggest challenge of this season so far. It's Dark, who in a game that Creator looked like, at least for the first half, had a lead. Ultimately, Dark turned that around, came through, and crushed it out on Hardwire. Our map 2 is now loading up. Let's see what Creator's got, and if he can tie this up 1-1, or if Dark goes on to start our first best of 3 with a 2-0.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Team NV. Creator.
Okay, game 2. I feel for Creator. I mean, I think he played a really good game.
He really did. That was what he did was enough to beat pretty much every Zerg.
Yeah. And it looked like it was nearly checkmate there.
Yeah. Dark's on fire right now. He's top of the world at the moment.
Yeah. The more this is going on, like, you know, we've talked about how cool it would be if Hero won, but I think if you're being realistic, it's probably going to be what the sign says right here, probably Dark.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just, you know, gun to your head, you're going to pick Dark, right? I mean, he just looks so strong.
You have to. You have to. And honestly, in a lot of ways, what Creator did there looked stronger than what Hero's been doing. He definitely put some twists and turns on it, but it looked amazing. The position he was in looked fantastic, and wasn't enough. Was not enough. So, like, is Hero going to be able to topple Dark, who seems to be starting to get an idea of how to counter this a little bit?
So, will Dark be aggro here? You know, Dark actually does like to turn the game on its head a little bit. Best of 3s, best of 5s. We've talked about it over the years, but he does it like to cheese out when he's ahead. He is pretty much already guaranteed to move on. Actually, he's like 100% guaranteed, right?
He can't fall out now.
He can't fall out, right? Okay.
It's
5 wins and no losses.
The space that he will go out in, like if he lost every game from here, I think RagnaroK could get in front of him. So maybe he has to go to the round of 6, not the round of 4. But I guess we'll see as we move forward.
Okay. Well, let's see what ideas are going to be at play here for Creator. You know, he did go for double Oracle into Harass, into Adept timing with Glaives, and then into the Stalkers. And it was different, for sure. It did end up with the 4 Nexus play. Wallen at the 4th base, kind of almost outposted, where you can kind of use that position as a launching pad for more attacks. But, you know, are we going to have the same kind of play here again? At the start of this tournament, in the first phase before the round of 10, I really thought we were going to see all the Protosses play like Hero, and then they didn't. But then when we went into the next phase, it seems like we saw more of that catch on. Yeah,
I think it's taking them some time to feel comfortable with it. It's definitely a very different way of playing. In fact, it's almost opposite from what's been meta for the last couple of years. You know, the make Void Rays and sit there and go into Sky Toss. It's so defensive. It's so endgame based, and Hero's type of play is extremely active. You know, you have to be really fast. You have to kind of be all over the place. So I think it's kind of taking them some time to get used to that.
So we've got 5 gates coming down. This looks like it's going to be a 2-base timing attack. Nothing really fancy about it, just a real bulldozer move here. It's going to pick up very quickly. It's going to be Stalkers with Blink and a Warp Prism, which gives you a little bit more elasticity as far as micro goes.
Yeah.
You can blink away and then juggle the Warp Prism. The easiest way to follow an attack like this and see if it's going to work or not is, first of all, does the Warp Prism stay alive?
Yeah.
If it's killed, it's over.
Yeah.
Especially against somebody like Dark. Creator has had a couple, I think he might have even done this in the finals, the GSL, but just lost a Warp Prism unnecessarily.
Yeah, I can't recall if he did. You might be right, but
We
if you
casted
do
a
lose
lot of
that,
games, man.
yeah,
Sometimes they get jumbled up in our brains.
you're very right though. Like if you lose that prism, it's just it slows everything so much. If you're gonna win with it, it takes time for that anyways. Oh, that's the sickest to death.
Okay, so he's going to kill off a couple of those lings, which will then be used later on to try to help prevent this attack. Is this going to pull the rug out from under Dark? That's the question. I see drones still being made. That would signal to us that Dark isn't, assured that he's being attacked here. And here we go. It's going to start right here, right now.
Yeah, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. This is definitely doing damage.
Yeah,
Now
the counterattack is working.
The lings are getting in though. Oh my god, those lings getting in could pose a real challenge here. He's losing a ton of probes.
Oh, I think
my
this has already
God.
failed. The problem is that even if the attack on the Protoss' side towards Zerg does well,
Yeah.
he's not going to have the engine to keep producing units. He's lost too many workers.
Yeah. I mean, this is terrible. Like he can get a lot of value with this. He can micro it really well and make this hard for Dark. But can he produce off of all of those gateways? No. Not after
No.
losing 13 probes. No, he cannot.
Oh, and he even eats those 2 shots. Okay, this is almost over here.
Yeah, this is some serious bad news for Creator. And I mean, if he O2s here, which is, it certainly looks like that's what's occurring, that's it. He is not getting through.
Yeah.
Like that's a -5. He is so far down the
I mean, he'll
stands.
have to go through the motions after that,
Yeah.
right? And I'll tell you what, he probably already knows that he's dead. He's going to try his heart out here.
Yeah.
But any pro that's watching this would look at this and say, this is not good right now for Creator.
Yeah.
And Dark is just one of these guys. He's probably not going to have any kind of flaw in his play.
And look at that. I mean, Dark, he chases him a little bit, backs up, just reinforcing now with lings. He knows he just has to break through. A lot of zealots coming down. That can be a little bit scary. There's a lot of biles, only 1 hits.
43 workers to 28. The impact of that counterattack early on still felt, excuse me, as we're in this part of the game now. Oh my God!
Those biles are insane.
Man, those biles hurt.
Yeah, he does the blink forward here, trying to get that additional damage.
I don't even
but
think Zerg has to micro anymore.
You might be right about that. Continues to micro though. What a coward.
Well, you know, the problem with this is, oh, look, 2 probes are being made, so he might try to dial this back. But
I don't know that there is any way to.
I don't feel like there's a safe plan B. There's plan A, that's it. GG Dark takes game 2. Creator loses. And it looks like our GSL finalist, unless my math is off here, there's no way for him to advance to the round
Yeah,
of 6.
-5, he can't. He literally can't make
can't
it.
do it.
Like, if Bunny loses 0-2-0-2 today, still he has more points than Creator. And then, like, so if Bunny goes 0-2-0-2, Bunny plays against Cure.
Yeah, that's
so
next.
The thing is, even if he goes 0-2-0-2, Cure gains points. He'd need both of them go 0-2-0-2.
Right.
And that's just not going to occur.
Okay. Well, we're going to go to an interview now with Dark. We're going to see how he's feeling. He is undefeated so far in Group B in the round of 10.
Dark defeats Creator in a clean sweep, and he's currently ranked 1st place in Group B. Currently has not been defeated so far. Congratulations. Thank you. So you just defeated Creator, and you have not yielded a single set. And also you won DreamHack Valencia, and you're keeping up the momentum. How do you feel today? When the first game, you know, I was kind of shaking left and right. So I thought I was in a pinch.
다행히도 땅굴이 잘 통해서
But thankfully, my Nidus strategy worked well, so I was able to win.
사실 그 경기 보면서 정말 이 박명 선수의
I mean, I was looking at that game, Dark, and then I can feel that your momentum is looking so great right now.
여기에 본진 인프라도 다 무너진 상황이었는데
And you know, everything was not looking good. Your infrastructure was all destroyed, and Nidus was the only strategy to rescue you. And then, you know, I was wondering how you were able to create an upset in the game.
전환을 너무 빠르게 하려다 보니까 한 타이밍이 생긴 것 같고 사실
You know, I was changing my build, and then, you know, I had one room of window, you know, to just transition into another build.
좀 끈질기게 물어뜯은 게좀
And then, you know, I hang on to the game, and then I eventually was able to make a comeback. We got to see the determination of your start. So once again, congratulations on winning the DreamHack Valencia recently. I mean, it's great to see a Korean player winning that. In the round of 4, you won against Hero, and in the finals, you won against Maru. So I'm really happy that you won, Dark. So has anything changed pre and post DreamHack Valencia?
컨디션이 너무 좋았어가지고
Well, you know, in the DreamHack Valencia, my condition was really good. I was feeling great.
운도 굉장히 많이 따라줬고
And then, you know, I think I was pretty lucky to have won the DreamHack.
준호 형이랑 성질이 커가지고
And, you know, beating Hero and Maru was very instrumental to my victory. In the last interview, you mentioned that Hero is one of the favorites to win GSL. Do you currently think he might threaten your championship this time?
우승 후보이지 않나.
I mean, Maru is a favorite, Hero is a favorite as well. So you have a match against RagnaroK remaining, so anything you want to say?
희범이도 4승을 할 수가 있는 상태.
So there is a possibility RagnaroK might have 4 wins at the end of the day.
오늘 좀 긴장이 많이 되다 보니까
So I'm pretty nervous today.
어떻게 될지 모르겠네요.
Not sure how it's going to turn out, but I'm going to try my best no matter what. Once again, congratulations on your win, Dark. Thank you.
Yeah, man, Dark is killing it, dude.
Yeah. Just such strong play. Honestly, you have to say he looks the best in the whole tournament.
He does.
Even
he
over
does.
Hero.
And we're going to see, it could be another one of those GSLs. Dark takes it. Guys, short break up next. TVT with Bunny versus Cure.
Cold-blooded, full of honor and love. Battle scars on my stripes, on my flesh and blood. When it's war, I'm ready. Sharp and I'm steady. Iron sharpens iron and I'm deadly. A gladiator. Anyway, job bet it. I'm a slaughter. I'm ready for danger like a martyr. Paint the art of war with my sword like an author. Yeah, war stories full of sacrifice and honor. I got my sword and shield, but you'll never see me yield. 'Cause heroes aren't born to kneel. I'm a warrior. I wasn't born to quit. I'm a warrior. I was built for this. Yeah, Call of Duty when it's time for war. No retreat, but no remorse. Built for the battle, so I bear my arms. Ready in the field for whenever they come. Where you stand your ground, never back down. A purple heart soldier and go the extra mile. Leave no man behind and take pride for the freedoms that you fight for. And we'll die like a warrior. I wasn't born to quit. I'm a warrior. I was built for this. Yeah. I'm a warrior. for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 칠성사이다 제로.
아침엔 라떼, 홀리 점심엔 라떼, 홀리 저녁엔 라떼, 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
칠성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 칠성사이다 제로.
아침엔 라떼, 홀리 점심엔 라떼, 홀리 저녁엔 라떼, 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리.
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들? 아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요? 네. 아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인. 모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요. 잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요? 이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야? 교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 받아오도록 하겠습니다.
Today's matchup. RagnaroK. Creator. Bunny. Dark. Q. Round of 10. Group B. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. We started the day off with a great series, actually. Dark really reminding everybody why he does what he does, why he dominates at everything. Creator looked pretty strong, but clearly not strong enough to take a game off of Dark. And frankly, it doesn't seem like Creator is strong enough at all to go on to the round of 6. He's basically out.
Yeah, there's no real way. He has to play Cure, and Cure has to play Bunny. So there's really no math you can do to get him into the top 3 at this point.
Right. So we'll see Creator go through the motions with that. Up next is Bunny versus Cure. I have no idea who's the favorite here, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah. I would say that probably Cure. Like, Cure has recently won a GSL. A couple seasons ago, I was liking Bunny over Cure, but I mean, Cure having, 2 GSLs ago now, winning his first GSL. He's been playing very well overall. He does have days where you're like, what is wrong here? But those are getting fewer and more far between. So definitely I'm leaning towards him. Of course, don't forget Bunny just got rid of COVID. Like, he got stuck in Spain.
I like that you say that he got rid of COVID. He annihilated the virus.
He did. He's well, he tested negative, so that's why he got to come home, right?
Yeah.
If he had not made it, there was a possibility that we were just going to have like 2 matches tonight or something. It was going to be crazy.
Yeah, we were talking about that on Monday, where it's like, what if he can't get back here?
Yeah.
We could talk a little bit more about that. I think we get into game 1 here. We're going to probably have a little bit of downtime in the TVT to start things off. But these are 2 players that, it's very important for these 2, whoever wins this. because right now
Very important. This is the most important match tonight.
This is probably the most pivotal match of Group B, especially
100%.
now that we finished day one.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're already jumping into this. All right, guys, Bunny Cure best of 3 starts now in a battle again to survive onto the round of 6 and get out of the round of 10.
Team NV, Bunny. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. Like this is the important match. This is what we've got to see. Like
for sure.
If Bunny wins, the group is like pretty much over.
From Toronto, Canada, welcome.
All right.
So good to have you guys over here. So let's talk about Bunny's debacle. A lot of people ended up getting COVID over in Spain, in Valencia for DreamHack, or coming back. Some people, I guess, got sick there. Some players came back and they were like, okay, they tested positive, right? Bunny tested positive in Spain.
Yeah, you have to get a test to come back to Korea.
Yeah, obviously this. So yeah, that's important for a lot of the viewers to hear, because a lot of our audiences, you don't have to be tested to come in or go out of the country.
Yeah.
But to get into Korea, you have to test negative before you get on the
within
airplane.
24 hours.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you got to really truly not have it when you get on that airplane.
Yeah, and so like when we were in Orlando just recently for Streamer Royale, like we had to get a test like at the airport.
Yeah.
And then wait for the results, and we were joking like, man, I hope we don't actually have positive, because we'd be stuck. We'd have to wait and be sick wherever. You have to be sick wherever you're sick until you can get on a plane and come back. And so Bunny tested positive, was stuck in Spain. I imagine his Spanish skills, speaking skills, are not great.
Yeah.
And then, all we knew on Monday was like, well, the show will continue on, and whether he makes it back or not. So there's a chance that today, this Thursday, we might end up casting just like 2 or 3 matches.
Yeah. And wait, hold on a second here. Nice little delay. The Hellion coming down, though, should be completely fine.
Yeah.
Whoa, saves his own, too. Amazing. Okay, so very nice defense there from Bunny. But yeah, like also I heard that he couldn't find like a PC cafe to play from even. So like, and the thing is, if you're playing from Europe on the Korean server, your ping is so bad.
Oh yeah.
Like for instance, his last match nights against RagnaroK, the odds of him winning that on that ping go dramatically down. Right, because like splitting Marines against Banelings, for instance, is going to be really terrible.
There's no way. You actually have to turtle and go mech.
I think you're pretty right on that. So we have a little scuffle here, and it seems like comes out pretty even overall. Bunny going to retreat. Second Reaper coming, can turn around here on the high ground. Of course, Cure won't even touch that. Cyclone double Reaper on the way from Cure. That's very cool to see.
So what we're wondering right now is, obviously Bunny's here, he's playing. He's got to be probably tired from recovering from COVID and jet lagged.
Yeah.
Jet lag is brutal. So, today, well, obviously just today, but this first game here is going to be an interesting kind of test to kind of see where he's at.
Well, right now, Cure is going to put him to that test because he is doing this build that we've seen a few times for sure. Where you're actually making a fair amount of Reapers, sending some Hellions, and a Medevac there too. So that's like a lot of sustain and a lot of damage that you're putting out. But there's already a Cyclone, and there's going to be a Siege Tank relatively soon, as well as a Raven. And obviously that auto turret is going to be just nasty if you're attacking in and they hit you with that.
And he actually has the 2 Reapers inside the Medevac. That's kind of cute. And he's going to come up here. Is he going to just try to elevator this into the main?
Yeah, I think you jump up. You drop the Hellions and you jump up.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, he sees it, though. Now, yeah, with the Siege Tank there, man.
Oh my God, that got wrecked so badly.
Yeah, that was like Bunny lost basically nothing there.
Yeah,
5
that's
Reapers dead.
wild.
Yeah, the siege tank just demolished him, and then he panicked too when he was lifting stuff up. He lifted up a bunch of Reapers. He couldn't get the Hellions back in.
Yeah, he definitely fat-fingered the execution there. So this immediately is going to shoot Bunny into an aggressive position here. He's not going to waste a second. He wants to come out here and look for a fight. And he basically wants to overpower him here, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he used an auto turret back there.
No, he didn't.
He's going to have a very high volume of units.
Yeah, this is a scary attack from Bunny. I really like the move. In fact, I'm almost surprised he really pulls back that much.
Okay, so he kills the Raven. He baits out the auto turret. He's going to let the auto turret expire. Actually, it's just killed off. And is he going to go any further?
Look, he has 2 Ravens, man. I think he can go further here. Oh, he's not going to try it. Like, as the siege tank comes out, I thought we might actually see double auto turret there. You could definitely target that down as you push forward, but it looks like there's too many units there, and he does not want to mess with that. But auto turret's coming into the main base. Throws 1 down. Really nice one, too.
There is, with the third being taken, this is becoming a very fluid TVT. It's really interesting to watch. Misclicks there and disables the weakest Hellion in the group.
Oh, yeah, because he got a Cyclone locked on. That's
Yeah.
what I was kind of looking at. But yeah, it looks like that's how he was trying to disable it, but it doesn't work out. Still a lot of scuffling here. I don't know that there's any more value truly to be had, though. It's like a little poking, a little prodding back and forth, but... Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think anything... There's no more fireworks to be had unless someone does something really stupid, right?
Well, let's see, actually. I think he might try to push down again. And I don't know how aware, actually, Kier is that Bunny's already taken a third base, but...
Well, he's going to find out with this medevac, and with such a forward army from Bunny, the medevac has potential to do some serious damage here.
Yeah, one medevac can kill quite a lot if there's just nothing defending back here.
He's about to have stim as well. Oh, wait, that's Bunny's stim. I think
yeah,
Kier
that's
has
Bunny's
stim, doesn't he?
I think he should have it by now. This is one of the negatives here of basically having a super aggro position is that then you really can't defend your workers.
Yeah.
And he's already killed off 7 SCVs. It's going to force Bunny to pull back. He's feeling uncomfortable being this far out on the map.
Yeah.
Can the Vikings actually chase this down? I think they can.
Okay, boost out of there. Now, you know, that I think that Kier is showing that, like, some things have gone wrong, but overall I like his approach here. It's definitely something that we've seen from the stronger TVT players, that they're more likely to defend and send out something small rather than roam with their entire army, which is what we see Bunny doing at the moment. Right? And that medevac definitely, you know, it's like a medevac, not even with stim. He loses like 2 Marines but gets 7 SCVs, right? That's a great trade.
Yeah.
Bringing it back, most of it survived. He's still totally fine. He has his own third up now. He's up in workers. You know, that was a good play by Kier. Not that he's like far ahead or something like that, but when I see one player that's moving around with their entire army the entire time, and the other one is like defending well and harassing, that defending well and harassing one is the one I'll put my money on.
Yeah, I totally agree. So I think this game's going to slow down a little bit here. I think Bunny, he got his base up a little bit earlier, but he did end up losing some workers in the process, so I don't think anybody's clearly in the lead here. Tank count's even right now. Raven count's even. Actually, even the Marine count is almost even here.
Look at that Viking count from Bunny, though. Some serious air control.
Yeah, and that may be a huge factor coming up here, especially in tank versus tank. A lot of times the player that has the superior vision, and a lot of that's from the Viking being able to peek, that'll be really beneficial since tanks can, of course, shoot further than they can see.
Yeah, that air dominance can allow you to get Liberators, too, to kind of just push everything back.
Or just spray down medevacs, anything like that.
Sure, yeah.
So 1-1's going to finish up here.
On both sides. Combat shields finishing here as well for Kier. Group of Marines here and a couple medevacs looking for some way in, some damage, but a group of Vikings are sitting there, so trying to go in behind the natural. Not advised.
Okay, he wants to be really careful here. This is definitely a better fighting army right now for Cure. Bunny is almost maxed out here, and from here he might want to start looking to try to get some kind of a good position.
Yeah, Cure taking a more forward position now himself. A drop comes in here from Bunny. And it's doing pretty darn well. Vikings coming back. SCV's going back here as well with those Marines, landing a couple Vikings, trying to push everything out. And that was, I think that was a great drop from Bunny. That was fantastic.
Big drop coming in there. Again, Bunny, seems like this all kind of goes back to the very start of this game, right? That little bungled engagement, that little tactic that he tried to set up, that Cure tried to set up with the Hellions, the Medevac, and the Reapers just backfiring. I mean, Bunny has rid this out pretty nicely. It's not a huge lead. It's like been a 4 or 5% lead this whole time, but you know, he is continuing to grow a little bit more quickly here. Now, Cure's going to come out on the map. He's got a lot of tanks. He's got a pretty good aggressive position here with the flank up at the top with the Marines. He had the tanks down at the bottom, but is pulled away after he destroyed the rocks, which is interesting.
And I gotta say, both of them are kind of going to that style of not necessarily roaming with their entire army. They're both very safe and just trying to hit the fringes with smaller groups. And you can see the starports being added on both sides. So that kind of tells you what type of game that we're entering into here. It's going to be all about battle for that sky control. Not as likely to see like big drops do much more from here. Like obviously we'll still see a little bit of harassment. But it'll be interesting to see how they want to go about playing from there, right? Because sometimes you see people that really focus on the Vikings and, you know, will go into Liberators to push and Ravens and all that. And sometimes you see players that want to get into battle cruisers.
Yeah. Big kill here on the CC, honestly.
Yeah, nice.
And if he can get this armory, actually, that's going to be huge. He does immediately. Man, these drops from Bunny are really starting to pay off in dividends.
Yeah, they really are. That was another really fantastic one. Does end up killing that off, but honestly, Bunny should be happy with that. The armory, I think, is actually the biggest get, and then the command center is very good as well. But another nice part of that is that he bleeds off Marines and medics, or Marines and medevacs for value. Because you don't actually want that much of that in your army.
That's
right?
actually a good point. It's not just like that you're doing damage over there. It's that you're getting value out of units that are not going to have value later on.
Yeah. I guess it's just like he's going to be able to replenish with much better units. You know, he's got all these starports up now and everything. Oh, wow. This is a huge stim. And great to save on that siege tank as well.
Does he actually get the CC? I think he does. No, he doesn't. Ah!
Oh, that's crazy. I thought for sure he had that with all those Vikings.
It's like, how many missiles can that thing eat?
Yeah. Damn, they don't make them like that anymore, do they?
Yeah. I just read Corvid reactor complete, but I thought it was COVID reactor for a second.
Well, definitely we had a reactor pumping out COVID cases for
That's
GSL
right.
players.
Okay, so Kier's in a pretty good spot. I don't know if he's going to be able to shift more of his attention and kind of loop around these tanks, over here to the fifth base. But until these two tanks that we have at the bottom right of the screen are killed off, he can't land that CC. Now, the Viking count, I think, might have been better for Bunny, but I don't know. They both fled from each other, so somebody has to be wrong there.
Yeah, it can be pretty hard to tell exactly how many Vikings are on both sides. Both sides focusing pretty heavily on Raven production, have a lot more of those being added in. A couple Liberators coming out for Bunny, so it looks like he wants to utilize his air dominance to start pushing these siege tanks back. I think a couple Liberators always a good choice when you have a good amount of Vikings like this. If he can force the unsiege and start moving them back, it's going to be amazing. He does a couple disables there. Okay, those are some ridiculous armor shreds.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. And, I mean, he's slowly pushing back these tanks. I wish we could see the full tank count right now. It does seem like Kier's lost a little bit more than Bunny.
Yeah. Well, I think Bunny has just done a slightly better job overall, both on defense and on harassment. At first, it was a bit back and forth, but we've seen a few more better moves from Bunny. And even though, like, for instance, we had that nice push there from here, Bunny didn't actually lose his expansion or anything like that. Look at this. Very quickly taken over the map. This is some swift play from Bunny. I'm liking it.
Okay, so he's coming down pretty hard now. Going to take out these gases over here. Again, the Liberators are just thinning out this tank number. He's continuing to leapfrog him very nicely. Rains are going to come up. There's enough splash damage down here. He's going to have to pull away. And Bunny has really fought back in a pretty insane fashion here.
But now the Viking lead actually goes to Cure. Now an Armor Strike goes off, but he does force those Liberators back, shelling this planetary right now.
And right now these SCVs are just frantically repairing to try to keep this command center from being demolished. Another base over here at 3 o'clock for Bunny. The Armor Shred was pretty good because he have another Armor Shred in his back pocket. The problem is, you know, the Vikings can drive the other Vikings away, but that doesn't stop these tanks on the ground that are shelling this command center from doing anything, right?
Yeah,
he's gone halfway there. But until you get tanks that, you know, can reach theirs,
totally,
you're not going to fix this.
Well, you're forcing scans, I guess.
Yeah.
Because they have to do that both to shoot and to make sure you're not moving your own tanks up if you do have air dominance. So you're gaining some amount of value from that. Wow, that Liberator actually doing some fantastic harassment off to the side.
Okay, they're going to loop back around down here to the bottom. Now,
it just said...
What?
It just said, like, 121 army supply for both sides and, like, 9 more workers for Bunny. But 200 versus 195 supply. Can someone explain that to me? There was force supply in limbo there. I don't know what was going on.
Bunny kills that bottom right CC and then pulls away. And it's going to be up to Cure now to try to make something work. He's going to be able to wedge himself. Oh, hold on. Oh my God. Literally the greatest armor shred of all time. He would have gotten a perfect if he had that one other tank.
Yeah.
The game would have just ended right there. The game itself would have paused and been like, that's insane.
The funny thing about armor shreds, it's like force fields. It's like the armor shred goes up and then the battle never happens.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
It's, you just pull back, you're like, yeah, okay, I guess. Well, right now, Cure is rotating very, very well, putting pressure on in different locations. Bunny continues to try to mirror that and defend everything, but feels like the upper hand might be going slightly here to Cure. Now, armor shreds on both sides. They're already fighting, so why not? Looks like Cure is going to win this one pretty one-sidedly.
Yeah, and Cure's going to end up smashing down that command center. A real back-and-forth game so far here.
Yeah.
Another drop's going to be inbound over here. He's going to try to draw some more attention down to the bottom right. There are some weak spots over there. Seems like the bulk of pretty much all of the supply for Cure is over here in the north center of the map, just trying to take a swing at whatever they can find.
Moving down here once again, just rotating back and forth. Another huge armor strike goes down, but where are the Vikings to actually back that up? You know, honestly, he has enough that against the armor strike, he might be able to get in there and do it. A few disables there on the tanks as he moves forward. Stims up here. He's going to start picking off these tanks now. Cure really starting to get in there.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy, man. Again, I'm actually having a hard time figuring out who's going to be really ahead here. Getting these upgrades is actually huge. If you can even get the armor upgrade there.
Yeah, Bunny's small harassment here is turning into a very big harassment. Even though he's not spending a lot on it, he's getting a ton of damage.
And you know, this is one of the problems when you do start to max out, right? Is that it's hard to get supply anywhere else. Whatever.
Absolutely.
He's going to continue to just move through here. It's too bad he didn't get that eBay. I think he didn't notice it was wiggling around with the upgrade.
Really kills a lot with those.
This is still going on, man.
It's not done.
Okay, so Bunny's going to fight back and reclaim the bases he had before. Right now, Bunny's with 1, 2, 3 mineable bases. And it seems like Cure's with 3, but with 2 that are about to be usable. So Bunny basically has to start to even this out, or he will be at a loss. I think he's going to have the opportunity to do so, but it's not going to be easy.
Right now, Bunny has a vastly superior Air Force. He's got 1 more Raven and 7 more Vikings, so there's no way he can lose an air battle at the moment. Also has the same amount of siege tanks, so definitely doable for Bunny to push across and get something done. I mean, it's a little bit slow to do, but he's got the units to do it.
Okay, another big armor shred, I guess, on both sides.
You know what's especially funny about these air wars, like a Viking tank versus Viking tank, is that you have to have some amount of Marines so that when your opponent starts to win the air war, they can't just kill you.
Yeah.
Because the Stim Marines will kill everything so quickly, it'll be hilarious. But, like, if you did not have those, oh my god. Oh, wow, that is a lot of disables. And now Bunny running forward, his supply peaking up. Oh god, auto turrets going down in mass.
So he's going to come in now. He's going to get that CC. How far is this going to go, though? It seems like Cure is really taking a real beating here. Supply at about 1/4 of what it was before. I mean, the command center can't be saved. Now, there's a base directly down from this. It should not have a lot of minerals. And then there's one to the bottom right. There's also a pretty naked base to the left of the screenshot, for lack of better words.
Dude, Cure has 1 tank against 11. I think that's about all the story that we need here. Yeah.
Beautiful win by Bunny. Bunny really kind of maintaining that balancing act throughout the game.
Yeah, he was.
It was actually a good TVT to study, to be honest. You look at that and you go, all right, there's a lot going on, but Bunny knows the answer every step of the way.
Honestly, other than that one moment where he kind of overstays welcome, remember we were talking about it when the first like 2-3 tanks were sitting there and a couple Ravens and everything in a Cyclone.
Yeah.
That was the only moment that it felt like Bunny was not playing well. Like it was pretty obvious nothing else was going to occur, and then Cure got some pretty reasonable damage for that stage of the game because Bunny was out for too long. But after that, felt like he played very, very well. There was definitely some back and forth, but strong play. Very well done by Bunny.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Now, I think Cure showed that he is like a very tough TVT player to go up against. But let's see how they open up this next game here. It's going to be 2,000 atmospheres. Bunny again recovering from COVID, recovering from jet lag, just getting back from Spain not long ago. But right now he's looking to be very much on top. Game 2, guys, it's ready. Let's go.
Team NV, Bunny. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
All right. It was a nice TVT, though. Nice little back and forth.
I enjoyed it a lot.
No, like, huge back-breaking moves really occurring. Sometimes you see Terran players that get a little bit more aggressive and try those moves. Bjorn comes to mind, Percival maybe. But these two kind of trying to grind it out.
Yeah, I think a lot of patience shown on both sides, really.
Yeah, and that's one of the most important things, really, in Terran versus Terran.
Let's not forget, and I mean, look, I think it became less and less of a factor the longer the game went on, but it was kind of that funny opening that Cure tried to pull off that Bunny completely wrecked.
He really wrecked that. That was, like, if he hadn't had the siege tank, that had potential, but man, one siege tank blast went off and he was like, oh no.
Yeah, Cure looked like he was trying to do some kind of trick where he steals Bunny's watch. And Bunny just punched him in the face.
Yeah, something like that.
He was like, I come here, I do this, I do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, here we go into game 2. But I think a delightfully close game 1. A lot of fun watching that back and forth.
Yeah, wonder if it's just gonna be more of the same here. If someone wants to really mix it up a bit.
And I think
I'm trying to think that I don't think I see these guys ever really go mech in TVT.
Yeah, and if they did, would they do it against each other?
Been a while at least. Nothing recent's coming to mind from them. I feel like I remember a couple years ago seeing Cure go mech sometimes TVT. But yeah, I guess we'll see. I would personally like to see. I really, I think the most entertaining type of TVT, in my opinion, is bio against mech, and watching that kind of dance play out, and you know the bio player trying to like leapfrog up to Sky Terran while keeping pressure on. I feel like that's always a really fun.
I really like just Marine Tank versus Marine Tank. Those fights in the mid game. That was a lot of fun.
You like seeing everything sieged and Cheeto dusted and.
That's right, Artos.
Yeah,
I do.
Pretty sick.
So in this game, are we going to have any Q tactics? I do see here from Bunny, Reapers and Hellions. We don't have a medevac coming here just yet.
Yeah. Just very normal stuff. Cyclone coming up from Bunny. A couple more Hellions going to be coming out here for Cure. Seeing a nice little arc as we just saw.
So, going back to that last game, do you think there was a moment that we really saw Cure screw up? Because I feel like it's hard to look back at that game and point to something. Which I feel like normally that's easy for us to do.
Okay, so I think that there was like 3 different times where Bunny sent small to medium amounts of Marine medevac. That those are what chipped away at Cure really well. Right, he's like losing a command center. He lost 2 armories that we saw. Right, he's losing add-ons. He's losing tanks that are popping out, and then he has to send his units back, and he's losing a few Vikings there. And all that stuff together adds up when it's actually a very close game. And the skill is very close. So I feel like that is what put Bunny over the top at the end. Like that type of stuff, and then it's like, okay, everything else Cure has is slightly weaker now. And then bam, you know, grinds him down. But yeah, there was no like super blunder move where pick up everything in medevacs and fly into Vikings or something like that.
Well, it looks like Bunny is going to be the first to be on the move out here. Now, Cure, I mean, this is pretty cavalier, man, to just have the 3rd CC built right on the low ground here. I wouldn't even say it's that well defended. And I guess the way that he wants to handle this is to try to come out and be on the offense so that there's not a lot of attention that can be given over here to the other side of the map. Damn, that's a big catch from Cure.
Yeah. It's a very nice little roaming army from Cure as well. Very cool to see.
Now, Bunny's getting a 3rd CC of his own. It's just a more, I would say, proper way to play. Like, make it in your main, don't make it out here. But, you know, Cure is going to get the benefit of having this just finish on site.
And he's still got this army that, I mean, it doesn't really win against many armies heads up. But it's got some danger, all right? Like, oh, he actually gets the Cyclone really well done. You know, it poses some danger where your opponent can't really leave their mineral lines alone, right? And that's exactly what we see here. He's running in. He's actually focusing on Marines. That's a lot of sacrificed Hellions for a few Marines. Not sure if I like that moment from Cure.
Yeah.
I almost would have preferred a run by towards the SCVs.
Does it seem to you like in TVT we had a whole era where it was a very explosive matchup on 2 bases and sometimes games were just 1?
Yeah.
And then this year it's like everybody's gotten so much better that you're almost foolish to try to come out. It seems like we actually went from, and I'm talking like Wings of Liberty days, explosive crazy games, to mass turtling, to maybe 2 years of, in recent memory, 2 years of, yeah, no, it's cutthroat again.
Yeah.
And it's played on a knife's edge. To the point where now it seems like anybody who tries to be too aggressive early on gets completely punished and humiliated.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the case. You know, the standardization of the Reaper Hellion opens into like Cyclone Siege Tank Raven especially.
Ooh, these auto turrets are kind of insane.
God.
I don't know what Cure's doing here. I mean, these tanks are eventually going to be Oh my God, does Cure actually win? No, he does not. Okay, I was like, there's no way, right?
Bunny's tanks unfreeze there.
Yeah, and then the Cyclone from behind.
Really well done there from Bunny.
You know, we just talked about how the TVT can't end that quickly, but maybe this one does. That was a big loss.
Yeah, I mean, we do see these technical scuffles sometimes in the middle, but definitely outdone by Bunny there. He got his auto turrets down really quickly, and the disables, like, are those worth as much as those auto turrets? And it seems like the answer is pretty much no. But yeah, to what you were saying, I think it's really come down to kind of the standardization of how to defend everything and what to defend with. Like, Ravens are just so critical in the early game. Like, it's so rare to see a TVT where you don't have a couple Ravens right off the bat, and they'll kind of save you from almost anything that's coming, you know?
Yeah, very true. The third CC is punted away. Oh man, I think the Viking count's actually better for Bunny, right?
Yeah, just slightly there. Cure has to land, loses one.
So, he's going to just try to cement his position here, Bunny is. But the command center is just going to go to 12 o'clock.
Yeah, floating it over. But obviously Bunny is gaining an advantage during this. They have the same amount of workers, but he is actually mining.
He's got more patches to soak from.
Yeah, a lot on his production tab right now.
Sometimes we see games where the player keeps his position for too long and it costs him, but I think that... Oh, wait, he's going to push. What?
Yeah,
he's
double
sick.
disable and lands everything as well here. A little bit of a counterattack there from Cure with the Marines, but definitely not as important as what's going on elsewhere. Oh, wait a second, though. Stims down to this third base location. Gonna kill a fair amount of SCVs here.
Yeah, actually, that honestly got way more than I thought it would. However, the tank count, you know, the mini game of TVT in that regard, it's starting to get worse and worse right now for Cure here. He has just enough tanks, too. He can kind of solo fight these Marines.
Backs up. Ooh. And just with that additional tank coming up and
with a turret coming down, yeah. So already
save.
Bunny's on his fourth base.
It feels once again like he's just slowly outplaying Cure.
Yeah. TVT can be a marathon, but he's already starting to get a little bit further ahead.
And not that Cure's in like a super terrible spot. Like, he's got a very strong economy right now. Yeah, he's got good production. He's still in it, but watching these little scuffles, it does seem like Bunny has a bit of an edge. Oh, I like to pick off on the Viking as well.
Okay, another attempted engage there. You know, Cure doesn't have a whole lot to work with right now. His army supply is not that far off, but it does seem like basically Bunny's in better shape, especially as his fourth base at 6 o'clock kicks in. We've got the CC making right now for Cure here.
And Bunny pushing up, taking over that watchtower area. Back out. Fourth base up now. I wonder what Cure's game plan is, right? Because he has to know that he's just a little bit behind. It's still definitely a playable game, but I feel like he needs some sort of plan. Like, he's building a couple turrets on the side. Okay, yeah, it's like a smart move, but he needs to do something actively to catch up here, right?
Yeah, well, he needs a win somewhere, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard if you've taken a beating like that to then try to play the macro race game where you're just like, all right, I'm going to make a bunch of stuff too. Well, you can't. You lost too many workers. You've been hiccuped too much economically. By the way, big ass drop coming in here into the main. Doesn't get all the Marines out, but gets enough out.
Yeah, he's doing some serious damage here. He's going to take down the attack. Oh, God. +2 attack, over halfway done. Gets picked off. Amazing. Very well done. I don't know if he actually gets out of here. Okay.
One Marine survived
One
that
Marine and one
to tell
medevac.
the families of the other Marines that were in that attack.
Yeah, that's funny. Out of 24 Marines and 3 medevacs.
I was the last one.
Yeah.
I saw the attack upgrade go down.
I shot the last shot. Like, why doesn't it count as a kill then? You have 0 kills. Are you sure you weren't in that medevac the whole time?
Because buildings don't get kills, Artosis. Don't you even play the game?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Okay, so a big push coming in here. He is coming down from the center right. I think Bunny wants to try to meet him.
Yeah, they're even on the tanks.
Yep.
Bunny does have a couple Ravens to go along with his 4 Vikings, so still just has a little bit of an edge. I don't think enough to change anything too much.
So, why are we watching this? There's a huge, okay, here we are. I'm like, start screaming, look at the minimap, like, ah! All right, so this is the big fight. Tanks are in range of the command center, and that's a problem, man.
Yeah. You're going to lose that base 100%. You can't out-repair that many siege tanks, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But Kier going to go with his own counterattack. He does have a lot of Marines here.
But he's already fractured off a couple more Marines to come over here and fight. He should be able to get the CC, just target it down.
I think he's actually just not going to get it.
Yeah,
he gets a fair amount of SCVs. Yeah, Bunny comes back, punishes that. Oh, that's funny. So he was like halfway done on both, and he canceled his +2 armor to start +2 attack again. Here did.
Oh, that's actually pretty smart.
Yeah, well,
my brain would have been like, well, I'll have to get attack after armor then, but I guess that makes sense. That's
there's nothing feels
play.
sillier though than +2 armor +1 attack Marines.
Dude, this is going pretty poorly right now for Cure.
Yeah, the trade.
Did you know that just siege tanks can kill that much? Like just barely. There's a shell of the army before.
Both sides producing 2 tanks at once. Like I guess that does give Kier a little tank advantage, but
looks like there's a soft spot up here at 12. Looked like he was going to go down, but now he's going to have to come right back up.
That sensor tower helping him out a little bit, trying to split. Tad does snipe down immediately the 1 siege tank. Takes down the sensor tower. And back up. Oh my god, and he gets it. Oh, even gets out with a medevac.
Dude, that was
here.
Crazy.
Really well done from Bunny. Kier is mining like nothing. This is like very impressive from Bunny, man. He was sick, he just got back.
Dude,
he's playing like a monster.
He was sick with COVID before, but now he's sick with gamer. Now, Artosis. Am I right or what?
Oh, well, I'm going to go down and ask him to spit in my mouth so I can be sick with that as well.
And you just spit in my hand, I want to rub it in this cut on my arm and get your gamerness. I mean, I think it's still possible for this game to kind of pan out, but I will say that, like, right now, Cure is really hurting. Bunny on 4 bases, Cure barely on 4. Look at the production tab. That kind of tells the story here.
Well,
like
he hasn't been mining.
It's just Bunny, yeah. Just Bunny making stuff. 6 Marines have started now.
Yeah, man. He's even getting building armor, so that's when you know you're really screwed, when you can't afford anything. Your opponent's getting building armor.
Yeah. Time for my buildings to die a little bit less quickly to infantry drops. Look at this game of cat and mouse. Uh-oh, they're not sieged.
No, they're not.
Oh my
Jumps on
god.
top of them. My god.
This actually could end the game. That's like literally.
It's getting worse and worse for Kier.
Yeah.
4 tanks going down to just like a handful of Marines. Well, I'm not sure about that drop, but
no,
okay.
he's got this. That's the one Marine that survived the drop from before.
Yeah.
There's so many SCVs at this base. Looks like a StarCraft 1 base where it was like it went into late game and then they lost all the bases, so all the SCVs are just at this one location.
Seriously.
All right.
He really does need to like do something else as well, but his siege tank count has been reduced so many times. Look at this, 5 against 12. Bunny's just going to finish him. Yeah, I think this is it from here. So, as anticlimactic as this might sound, Tasteless, I think that the group is now decided. We have our top 3.
Yeah.
Kier and Creator are both at -5 with 1 match to go.
Okay.
Literally impossible for them to make it out. So this shows, like, you know, we've had some very exciting to the last match stuff going on with this format, but in this particular group, this got decided very, very quickly.
Right.
We still have some jockeying for the top positions in the seeding, which is very, very important.
Some jockeying?
some
There's
jockeying.
no jocks allowed in GSL. This is a nerd show.
This isn't a
Artosis.
jock, it's a jockey. It's very, very different.
Oh, so it rides on a horse. Well, that's also kind of jock-like, Artosis.
How many horsepower do you have, Tasteless?
None. We're going to go to an interview now with Bunny, see how he's feeling. Andy, go ahead.
네, 김도욱 선수에게 승리를
Right, so
거두면서
Bunny defeats Cure. And now Bunny is gonna at least make it to the round of 6. Congratulations. Thank you. It feels like you're tearing up right now, Bunny. You caught COVID and you just barely made it to Korea yesterday, and then you got the win over Cure just right now. So how do you feel? Well, 2 days ago I was locked up in Spain, and I, had the thought that I would not be able to attend GSL in time. But as time passed, I just barely made it, and I was able to gain 1 victory tonight. And it feels like, Bunny, you were heartbroken and you were very stressed during your time in Spain. And it feels like you lost a lot of weight. I mean, I did want to lose some weight, but I somehow lost weight in Spain due to the stress. And Bunny, the main factor for you tonight was to overcome your stress and trying to focus in the game. So how did the preparation go? In season 1, I couldn't practice for 1 month because of my hand injury. Comparing to back then, things were way better right now. I can still think of the game, I think of the builds inside my head, even though I can't really practice. And I think that's how I was able to win today. So let's talk about the games tonight. So Bunny, your medevac build was so good. And the way you maneuvered was really great as well. In Hardwire, you were able to turn the tide of the game with a medevac marine maneuvering. And it feels like you did do some practice with this build. It feels like that. What do you think? Usually I tend to rush in my games. And this time I didn't practice much, and playing confidently and without any nervousness, I think that has helped me gain the win today. Okay, great to hear that, Bunny. So here we have a lot of fans here supporting you and believing in you. So Bunny, you have 1 remaining match against RagnaroK. So anything else you want to say beforehand? So you said that I at least made it to the round of 6, right? That's right. So I somehow secured the 3rd place in my group. So now I'm gonna try to play my next match without any nervousness. Alright, so that was the interview with Bunny. Congratulations. Thank you.
Hell yeah, dude. Bunny kind of overcame all odds today.
Yeah.
I really didn't think he was going to be in the kind of condition to play that well, to be honest.
Sometimes stuff like that can actually fix problems that you have going on in your head. Like, he had some forced off time. He wasn't able to over practice or anything like that. And apparently that helped him out, because he played really well. He really outplayed Cure tonight.
I feel like he played better than he normally does, and he normally plays pretty well.
I put Cure and Bunny at similar places, but Cure maybe slightly higher. But, I mean, tonight he just really outdid Cure. So whatever happened there worked.
So up next, we're going to have Dark versus RagnaroK. Should be a Dark victory. We'll see. I think some of these matches are going to be created more. Oh, that's all the time we have, guys. We'll be back in a few minutes. Sit tight.
Is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going. What you want to be going, you will see. You can have everything you want. It's your destiny. Be
seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. But last summer you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. And I miss the salt in my hair, and I miss your emerald stare, and I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. That was last summer. That was last summer when you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. 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 We were bike dirt tires on paved concrete, on the right roads, just had the wrong wheels. But I see you back in town, same shortcut jeans, my head still spins, my heart still feels like riding a bike, just you and I, down a long back road, your brown hair blowing in the wind like it did back then. All those teenage summer nights when I love you, you love me too. It was so easy, still get that feeling. When our eyes meet, I can hop back on our love like riding a bike, like riding a bike. 'Cause babe, our hands still fit, you still
still get that smile. And your winding curves still drive me wild and bring me right back to wishing I didn't have to go, and thinking maybe we should give it one more try tonight. Just take it slow like riding a bike.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. We have gone through 2 best of 3s. Both are 2-0s. And this next best of 3, I think would be another 2-0 as well. It's going to be Dark versus RagnaroK.
Well, RagnaroK has been playing well. Like very, very, very well recently. Last season he did fantastically top 6. Here he is, and he's undefeated still. Is also like he could pass Dark in this group. It is a possibility, but he does need to win here, obviously. Otherwise, Dark is 4-0. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm still getting used to the new RagnaroK, where he's back to playing very aggressive, but he's very smart about how he's doing it. It's very well planned. Is that going to be something that he can pull off in Zerg vs. Zerg against Dark?
I mean, if he could do it here, that would be insane. I do feel like Dark is a very tough CVC opponent. I mean, look, it does seem like one of the safer statements to say about StarCraft 2 nowadays is that Zerg seems to be the strongest race.
What?
If you're going to be, I know, how dare I? I know I've triggered a couple of people to say that.
Listen. Raynor 4-0'd Rat-a-tat with Protoss. There's nothing wrong with Zerg.
That's right. Oh, thank God. The game's perfectly balanced. But if you're going to be a world champion, you better be able to beat Zerg, whether you're a Protoss, a Terran, or also a Zerg. And Dark appears to be very much on top of this game. So you'd have to imagine that this is not going to be something that's going to be a threat. Now, maybe RagnaroK's got something special planned out here. By the way, RagnaroK, is he still on the fence for advancing? I'm not totally sure.
It's already locked. Like, the only thing is, what place is he going to advance it?
Okay.
And if he beats Dark here 2-0, and then he beats Bunny 2-0, then he will be in first place.
That's kind of crazy.
Wait, no. Beats? Yeah, that's how it has to go down, because he already has 2 map losses, and this is Dark's last set, and Dark has 0 map losses so far. So, yeah, basically he needs to clean out the night perfectly to get first. Otherwise, you know, Dark advances to round 4.
All right, guys, game 1 on Hardwire. Let's go.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark. Alpha X, RagnaroK.
So, builds are completely mirrored, at least for now. Both going hatch first, probably into gas and pool.
I guess that's kind of the big thing, excuse me, that we're looking for, right? Is someone going to pull the trigger super early on here? And like just slightly later gas here for Dark, no biggie. And yeah, this is, I mean, this looks standard. So the next thing that we should be looking at is when they make the 3rd hatchery, does anyone make a lot of lings? Right? ZVZ has gotten pretty measured out for this early game, right? You both go hatch first, and the next thing is the 3rd base.
Yeah, if there's not a crazy cheese, yeah. There could be turtling on 2 bases where the other guy goes 3rd base. I guess in theory you could have 2 guys both turtle on 2 bases, but that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, there's very few 2-base builds. I haven't seen one in a while.
It also seems like the 2-base turtling is a reaction to the 3 base, where you're going to try to tech your way out of this, but So we've got Link Speed started over here for RagnaroK. No Link Speed yet here for Dark.
Yeah, he did get that gas just a little bit later. I bet you he'll just start it momentarily.
Turns on the second of. Yeah, there it is. And yeah, to be honest, guys, if you're a caster, ZVZ is, when they're doing this is probably one of the more difficult things to cast since there's nothing that's actually happening that's different yet.
Some might call that easy.
You're right.
Just stare at that production tab and wait for the plume of lings.
2 queens here. Now 2 queens there. 3 drones here. Now 3 drones there.
There's those third bases, and now we wait. Who's going to get aggressive here? When will the Baneling Nest come down? These are the important questions. Baneling Nest for Rag. Baneling Nest for Dark.
And Artos has said this earlier, but we want to see, does one side start to make a lot of lings while the other's making drones? It looks like we're getting the hint of that here now.
Yeah.
3 drones here for Dark, 6 lings right now for RagnaroK.
There we go. That's it right
18.
there. So
Are we that surprised?
No.
I feel like if I was a top Zerg, this is the same build I'd do too. I'm like, well, let's try our luck. It just,
absolutely.
you know.
No, I mean, sometimes you get in there and you get rid of the third and you just have a really nice advantage. That's what RagnaroK's going to be looking for.
I mean, we had about 18 lings just hatched there. And is he already kind of anticipating giving this hatchery up? He's making lings now, but he's already made a wall in over there at the natural.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he is anticipating that this is going down, so he just cancels. Okay. Gets his banelings out. Like, he's safe. He's safe, and he is up 6 workers at the moment, but you can... Like, look, RagnaroK starts 6 drones. He has a third base, so he gets better saturation as well. More larva. Like, this is looking good for RagnaroK right now.
Okay, so, you know, what kind of game does RagnaroK want to play from here on out? Oh, look at that. Banelings high-fiving by each other. Oh.
Oh, looks like Dark actually... Oh, my...
Oh, he lost 15 lings.
That's crazy.
That's insane. Well, Dark actually is in a very bad position now.
Dark making a lot more lings.
Yeah, his third hatchery has been remade. Already the Roach Warren has started here for RagnaroK.
I'm like a little bit shocked. That's not something that we see that often, that you lose a huge group of lings into a Bane, which is probably part of the reason why our observer was not even looking at that, right? You're not like, oh, I wonder if this is going to get a lot of lings. This isn't Wings of Liberty anymore. It's not likely. But, well, I mean, let's see here. RagnaroK, with those extra larvae, you can see he's up 9 workers. Roaches starting to be produced. A lot of lings coming out of Dark. Roach Warren gets started as well. That +1 carapace. Dual upgrade for Ling Roach.
Okay, Ling's coming back. Good catch over here onto the side. Oh! Now, again, we saw Dark really miscontrol early on there. And I don't think he can afford too many more of those. You know, it seems like right now, RagnaroK is basically parrying every attack that comes at him. He's getting roaches now. He's getting the missile upgrade. 8 more lings, 4 more roaches. I mean, he might actually just win this game, Artos.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Like, right now, he definitely has the lead. He's had the lead since he forced the cancel on that hatchery. Looks like some spines are going to get started. That shows that Dark is a little bit panicked. That was a reasonable Bane. Roaches coming out now as well here for Dark. A lot of Ling Bane for RagnaroK. So he is definitely coming in for the attack now. One of the main things he's going to want to do is target down some of these Banelings. Okay, well, the Banelings just run into the Roaches.
Yeah, more Bane's going to come in here looking for a target. Oh, the Spine Crawler stays alive. That's pretty big. Link's coming in at the last second. The Bane does go off to take out the bulk of them.
Yeah, Dark's going to hold this. Just
I
straight
cannot
up.
believe that. Dude, that was such a clutch transfuse.
Yeah, keeping that spine together there after all those Banes hit. Very, very nice. And he has his own counterattack going down. He's going to pick off this Queen at the third.
And just to go off to that attack that happened earlier, Artos, is also to pull the Lings away from the Bane.
Yeah.
And basically just get a little bit more tanking ability. I mean, that is That is Dark in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Right there.
He like doesn't care when he gets behind. This is the sign of like a true champion. It's like, yeah, I'm behind, but I can outplay him. Amazing to see. And now he's starting to put the damage on. Like, he has killed off a good amount of workers here. Look at this. He's going to get a Ravager. Going to continue to kill off roaches and drones. Like, Dark is still down 9 workers, by the way. So,
Dude,
oh,
I don't even...
GG. Dude, he lost his third hatchery.
It cuts to RagnaroK and he just explodes in his chair. Like, that's how fast things get. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
That just the floor opens up and he just falls into a pit. I can't believe how it looked like we were about to see RagnaroK win, and then Dark, like a kung fu master, blocked every attack. That was insane.
The amount that Dark is outplaying everyone tonight, like he's been in bad positions in Game 1 against Creator and against RagnaroK, like very bad positions in both. He just sits there and comes back. It's like, oh, no problem. There's plenty of room here for me to come back and kill you. So, yeah, Dark, like, I mean, Maru and Hero are going to have their hands full trying to take Dark down this season because he really does look stronger than everyone else.
Dude, that might have been the most impressive game of the entire night. It sounds weird to say, but like...
He was behind in every metric.
He lost the hatch.
In a mirror.
Yeah, he lost the hatch. The setup for the attack to work was... well, hold on. Actually, then he lost 15 lings.
Yeah.
Trying to put on some counter pressure, so that backfired.
Yeah.
It looked like everything was lined up perfectly so that that timing attack would shut Dark down. Dark microed that so perfectly that he flipped the game on its head, had the exact ideal amount of lings in his own counterattack to kill the queen to soften the third base.
Yeah. Came in, finished everything off, and that was it. And it's just like, what do you have to do to beat this guy?
How long of a period of time between the failed attack from RagnaroK to the loss of RagnaroK was there?
Like a minute and a half?
Yeah.
It's about, a minute to a minute and a half.
It felt like for most of that game, RagnaroK was like, I don't know, like Solid Snake and Metal Gear Solid, like sneaking through there and taking everything down. And then he turned into both of the Home Alone burglars.
Yeah.
Like at once. Like all of the Home Alone traps were working at the same time. Paint cans on ropes.
Yeah. And
door
the thing
handles too hot. Yeah.
Yeah, Dark also, he was what's like the most brutal villain from a movie?
Like Darth Vader? I don't know. Is he a brutal villain?
I don't think he's that brutal.
He's not that brutal, you're right. Actually, Darth Vader, not that brutal, to be honest.
Look, he's the guy that makes you put the lotion on your skin, okay?
Yeah.
He made RagnaroK put the lotion on his skin, on both the burglar skins from Home Alone, okay? And he just came in and he killed him, and he wore both of the suits at once.
That's right.
So,
because it was cold outside that day.
Yeah, when you get the first skin suit off, man, it's the other burglar. You're like, no! But it's not really.
It's Merv. This one's so much bigger. How'd you fit it inside there?
I came for war.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Alpha X. RagnaroK.
It's a rude awakening for RagnaroK that last game.
Well, I mean, what do you really have to do to beat him? Like, how far ahead do you have to be?
I feel like you lose that game like RagnaroK, you're like, that's why I don't win GSLs, but Dark does.
Yeah.
If you ever wondered, if you ever wanted to just have a reason why, you look at that game.
Yeah. It's like, because he's a lot better than me.
Yeah.
Dude, you know how sometimes you say this isn't like whatever, it's a math problem or something?
Yeah.
You have some saying like
it's like
that.
a formula, yeah.
But we were almost to that point. It's like he's got like it's like 33 drones to 43 drones, and there's also another hatchery and more larvae and more units of every type.
Yeah.
And his upgrades are further along, and Dark's like, no, I got this.
Yeah. It was insane, man.
Yeah. And the first game against Creator was like this as well, where it's like these people are bashing Dark. You know what it is? Dark is just so super resilient and so relaxed and calm at dealing with everything. I think he mentally disables people. Because, like, after that game, would you feel like you had any chance to win this series?
No, I would actually not want to be a pro gamer anymore.
Yeah.
If I had just had that game that happened to RagnaroK, where it's like, literally, I had one more step.
Yeah.
The first 3 parts of my plan worked.
Yeah.
All we got to do is part 4. We close it out. Okay, I'm a pro gamer. I put the hours in.
Yeah.
And then the way that Dark looked in that last game was like, whenever you see these like military guys that can like be blindfolded and then take apart a gun entirely, and then like reload the gun again immediately.
Yeah.
That's what he looked like back there in that attack.
That's true. It's like Jason Bourne or something, right?
Yeah.
The gun comes at him and it just falls into pieces. But then Dark realizes he has the Infinity Gauntlet. He just makes him disappear. He's like, I don't know. I also have the skills to disable the gun, but I also have magic powers. So
I'm also Magneto, and I can control the metal. And
yeah. I'm like, oh, it turns out you have a lot of fillings. RagnaroK should have brushed your teeth. He's like, no, it hurts so much.
Oh my God.
That's how I get my kids to brush their teeth, man. I make them love Magneto, but also fear him.
Oh, that's so funny. So, 12 lings here for Dark. This is 3 base to 3 base. It does appear that it's going to be Dark who's going to choose to aggress. Are we never going to have a game where they just both go drones? That has to happen.
No, we do sometimes, yeah. It's funny to look at, too, because they both have so few lings.
You're like, so nobody wants to, you know?
It's like each guy has 6 lings and 2 banes, and I'm like, huh.
Yeah.
I feel like there was opportunity here.
So the shoe's on the other foot in this game. Dark's going to try to come in here and do some damage. This isn't as quick of an attack as what RagnaroK did, by the way. Ooh, Bane trades out.
Yeah, but RagnaroK has enough here. He will push this back.
But 2 more Banes are going to come in. An unfortunate spot to try to morph this Bane.
Oh, the Queen getting surrounded. Oh my God, look at these Banes just walk up and keep everything off him. Okay, starts to wiggle in here.
22 more lings are coming. 1 Bane is making right now for RagnaroK. I don't see where it is. And he's making roaches, so he's basically trying to squeeze in as few Banes as necessary and try to get the roaches to tank the Bane splash damage.
You just all in it from here?
As Dark?
No, as RagnaroK. Like he's
just
making
trying to
a lot of roaches.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I mean, if you're
worry.
playing against Sling Bane, Roach Bane is like, you know, it's very solid. Like the Lings can't really surround the roaches if you have a few Banes with them.
Yeah. No, you just sort of have this like untouchable death ball.
Okay, he's droning.
Yeah.
There was a fair amount of roaches made, though.
Well, he's got more on the bottom of the map moving down here. Oh, I'm sorry. Those are lings. He's got very fast, small roaches moving down the bottom of the map.
That's wild, yeah. Is there a smallness upgrade now?
Imagine that. Imagine you could upgrade an Ultralist to be the size of a Viking that's landed. It's
Dude,
just,
that would be so strong.
they're so much better.
Imagine that, like level.
That would be the worst RTS game ever.
If you, but everything is supposed to have 3 upgrades, right?
Yeah.
So like level 3 smallness, like your stuff is all Zergling sized.
You just have really fast Ultralists running around, surrounding stuff.
Dude, imagine that. It's like you're playing zoomed out. You have like 20 Ultralists that are the size of Zerglings. And you're like, go, my babies. It's like your ant farm.
Oh, the Lings are going to come in for a counter. Could get some drones. Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa! Holla at your boy. So, right now it's still RagnaroK, a little bit on the defense.
A few more drones right now.
Yeah, he's really powering
still
up
droning
here
a bit too. He's getting that nice +1. Carapace though finishing up for Dark here. Is Dark going to pull the trigger and attack? Yep. Here we go. He's making more Lings. He does have a slight roach advantage as well. How many drones are we going to go up to? He's up 10 drones right now. Dark is making a lot of units.
Little counterattack here, a bit indecisive.
Meanwhile, RagnaroK is making a lot of gas, man. He doesn't have any larva either. This is not looking good. That's a decoy taste, so these other roaches can come in.
That's right.
It surrounds those roaches. Oh my god, that's a lot of veins coming up. All right, good luck, roaches. RagnaroK being hunted right now. Oh my god. Dark just looking unbeatable, man. He's up 20 army supply.
Okay. Well, when Dark's losing, he can win, and when Dark's winning, he can really win. We should probably see GG here. There's no more queens in sight.
So Dark didn't lose a map.
Yeah.
Not a map.
This is a little bit of foreshadowing to the GSL finals, soon to be. GG, Dark takes it. All right.
That's pretty insane.
I feel like I barely got to cast that ZVZ. I feel like we started it and then we ended it right away.
Yeah. Well, Dark is just too nasty. Goes right to that round of 4. Certainly looks like the strongest player in the tournament, despite how good Maru and Hero look. RagnaroK will still be advancing, but not in first place.
No, not in first place. Okay, so Dark, I mean, clearly the big threat of the entire season of GSL Season 2. He advances in a flawless fashion through the round of 10 into the round of 6. I guess I should say the round of 4, actually, right?
Yes.
Right up at the
right
top.
up to the round of 4.
All right. Interview time, Andy. Go ahead.
Dark defeats RagnaroK in a ZVZ match, and Dark is now finalized in the first place in the standings. Congratulations. Thank you. So your round of 4 advancement is confirmed. So how do you feel, Dark? Well, I feel really happy. I feel very comfortable now. I mean, I made a little bit of trivial mistakes in the beginning, but I'm really happy to have finished on a high note. So during the group stage, you did not yield a single game to your opponents. Did you expect to go undefeated in the round of 10? I mean, a little bit. I did expect a little bit. Actually, I was joking. I did not expect to go undefeated, but I'm really happy to have made a score. I mean, the previous match was amazing to watch, but this one was on another level. The Zerglings and the Roaches. And you know, I was wondering if you could fend off RagnaroK's Roaches, but you were able to pull it off. I was really surprised to see that. So what kind of mindset did you have? Well, after the Zerglings got exploded by the Banelings, you know, I was not in a good spot, and then I was trying to bite the bullet and trying to make things easier for me. I mean, this is world-class Dark. So, do you personally think that play was world-class level? I will tell you that after I win this season of GSL. So in the video interview, Bunny actually said, "You're strong because your skills come out from your pockets." So can we play like you if we put our skills in our pockets? I mean, you could try once in a while. So continuing on from DreamHack Valencia, many fans are expecting you to win this season of GSL. So before you go, anything you want to say to your fans? Well, every time we win GSL, it's always the beginning of the year. So in the round of 4, I'm going to try to do my best and try to win that and then move on to the finals of GSL. So that was an interview with Dark, who just finalized the first place in Group B. Congratulations. Thank you.
Whoa, Tasteless, is that Dark skill in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
I can't believe how much he dominated, man. And yes, it is a skill in his pocket. Guys, we'll be right back for PVT next. Bye.
I just want to drown with you tonight. suicide. Get so close, your electric shock. Comatose and it won't wear off. Drown with me, cause I don't feel alive.
No limit, still standing. Waiting for this moment, better take advantage. Think you falling off? Show them your balance. Show them your passion. Move forward, not back. Go hard, be effortless, confident. Off the ground might be safe for now, we ain't pedaling. Keep control, we ain't settling. Keep it going to the very end. Till you win, gotta try again. Ain't no limits, we gon' get it in. Hey. Started off, we finished. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I ain't limit. Coming to get it and pushing the limits. You better pray we ain't come to play. Went on a mission, you turn on your vision. Now I can't hear what a hater say. Didn't believe they didn't need. Now they can see what time it is. Infinity, now you can see. High in the hills where I'm trying to live. Tell me how long this lasted. Never mind, we ain't waiting away. Chasing great, can't be jogging in place. If it ain't helping, it's taking away. You ain't helping, you just in the way. Limitless range, we take it to space. Chasing a dream, you can't relate. Time's ticking, I cannot be late. Started up, we finished. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finished. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finished. Limitless, never running out of energy. Limitless, keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. No boundaries, no end, no limits. Nothing is easy, and everything is earned. Be the last one standing. Be the best out. Be limitless.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
지성세다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 사이다. 지성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼, 홀리 점심은 라떼, 홀리 저녁은 라떼, 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
지성세다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 사이다. 지성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼, 홀리 점심은 라떼, 홀리 저녁은 라떼, 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리.
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요? 네. 아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인. 모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 받아오도록 하겠습니다.
Today's matchup: Ragnarok, Creator, Bunny, Dog, Q. Round of 10, Group B. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to go to our next best of 3. I can't believe how fast that CBC was, by the way. I feel like I barely got to dip my toes into the matchup before we moved on. Now into a PBT.
Yeah, and these guys need to gain 13 points if they want to win the group here. Damn, that is...
We have like every possible matchup today.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we started PVZ,
no PvP
TVT,
cases.
CVZ, PVT, and then TVZ. Yeah, if we had a... What are we missing? Just a PvP, I guess? Yeah.
Yeah, PvP.
All right, so look, his scores have not been good, okay? But I don't think he looks like a bad player in his games.
Yeah.
I do think this could go either way. But unfortunately, I don't know. This is one of the weird things about this format is that we have like matches that like, depending on how the early part of the group goes, the later part might not matter that much.
Yeah, I think we got especially unlucky in this group because 2 matches in tonight we had it locked. So that's too bad. But I just hope that they actually play, you know? I don't want any trolling here.
I don't think we'll have trolling, but let's see what they do.
I hope not.
These guys are basically down and out, man. And probably not going to be advancing. I think certainly not going to be advancing.
Yeah, they're not advancing.
I don't know why I keep like putting that modifier in there. I'm like, who knows though?
Yeah.
We don't really know how numbers work.
This is their last match.
Addition,
but
subtraction.
maybe.
What is this? 1st and 2nd grade? I mean, who can say who's going to come out here? We're going to go to 2,000 atmospheres for map 1, then Berlingrad. And if we can finally get a game 3, which we haven't so far in these best of 3s, it'll be on Blackburn.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, guys, let's go into our 4th best of 3 for the night.
I came for war.
Team NV, Creator. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
So, I guess partially a disappointing season for these guys. You know, Creator makes it to the finals last time. Cure, a couple seasons back, winning GSL. Obviously, going out in the round of 10. Not what you want, you know? Over half the people in the round of 10 make it forward.
Yeah.
They're in less than the bottom half.
It's rough.
Bottom 40% tasteless. That's an F.
It's an F.
Bottom 40%.
Maybe if you're graded on a curve, it's a little bit different.
In fact, if one of them get 2-0'd, they will only have won one more game than you or I would have in this group.
Yeah, that's possible. No doubt, no regret could have given us one cheese to do.
Oh my, yeah, no regret would have definitely taken one of the Zerg games off of Dark, yeah.
He would just whisper, make these buildings in this order this time, and we would have taken a game.
Only it were so simple. It's where you forget what your inject hockey is. You just lose anyway.
I don't play Zerg on Enemy Protoss. I don't have the hockey set up for this. So, You know, honestly, I had a lot of thoughts about most of our matchups today. I didn't have much to say about this one, especially now that they've both underperformed in the previous games.
Yeah.
I had the hopes that we might have a sequence of wins and losses as we went through the best of threes that could make for like a super suspenseful group.
Yeah.
And we totally did not get that.
Yeah, it's quite the opposite indeed. I guess the thing I was thinking about when I looked at this match, like, Creator is certainly good enough, but Cure takes very good engagements. Like, the best Terrans are starting to get so good at killing Protoss armies with their army.
Yeah.
It's really leveled up this year compared to last and the year before and everything. Like, for a while there, it seemed like you just couldn't kill a Protoss army, and now people are, like, doing these insane spreads and just, like, killer instinct. They knock out the disruptors really quickly or dodge them as need be.
Right.
And it's been impressive. So, honestly, between these two, I would just say it comes down to who is playing better at the time, because both of them are streaky.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, neither of these guys are like Dark, where you're like, it literally doesn't matter what happens, where Dark is going to play well, right?
I am. You know, I hope that's not a sign of what's to come here.
Huh. Well, he caught him. It happens sometimes. You lose a unit.
I'm trying to make that sound you made, but I can't do it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a good point. Both these guys are either on or they're off.
Yeah. Well, nice little micro there. Oh, the Hellion trying to run by. I don't know that he really super... Oh, missed shot there. I don't think he's going to really get anything killed, right? This is annoying, though. It's annoying. Oh, he's going to get one. Yep.
Worth it. Totally worth it to lose everything.
I think so. I think so.
So he's going to send this out now, try to medevac drop into the main. Now it's Phoenix is being made.
Yeah.
Not an Oracle.
And do you think Cure will get a Karsay?
I'm sorry, what?
You think Cure will get a Karsay?
A Karsay? What's that?
Vroom vroom.
Oh, okay. What was the thing our chats were trying to troll us with? Can I? Are you gonna make an up dog?
Yeah.
Say, what's up, dog? What's an up dog?
Yeah.
And they'd be like, nice, we got him.
You missed it, man. I tried to get my wife with that all day.
Really?
Oh my God, couldn't get her to say it.
What? Because her game was too good, or was she just like?
No, she just
didn't
wouldn't
fall
put the
for
words
traps?
together.
Yeah. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Karsay, vroom vroom. Well done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really with the best right now.
Oh, you better believe it. I kind of just took it, what you gave me there. It was close enough. You're supposed to say, what's a Karsay, but... What is that?
I was like, does that come out of the gateway? Oh, come on. We're going to get you eventually. I'm like, what? Is that what one of the upgrades are actually called? You know how we don't know the names of all the upgrades?
Yeah.
We kind of just allude to them?
I like how you might not know everything that comes out of the gateway.
I'm like, so that's like, what, Phoenix Range? Is that what you're trying to ask me? Like, I don't know what that thing's called.
I love the thought that you wouldn't know everything that comes out of Gateway. Like, that's the tasteless haters would just dive upon
Well, they didn't know
one.
that I wasn't sure if the Adept came from the Gateway or the Nexus. I mean, they warp it on the ground. We've never seen which building it comes out of. How would I know?
Oh, God. We have a mine drop going off in the main. Oh, no.
All right. So,
well, that's a lot of damage. Let's see if the Phoenixes can... Well, I guess they can get a fair amount as well.
This guy goes to that expression, a broken gamer's right 2 times a 10-year period of a GSL.
Oh, no.
Creator is going to go down. He had his moment in Season 2, and it's not coming back.
Yeah, he's going back down to around a 20 player, unfortunately.
This is rough, man.
That would be sad.
No, I believe he can come back maybe next season, but right now it's not looking too hot.
Okay, blocks this one reasonably well. Still has a very healthy worker count. He's got a healthy army as well, to be honest. All right, drop coming out. Only a couple stalkers up here. Phoenix is flying right away.
One goes down, 2.
Yeah, the charge lots come in.
Kind of surprised he did this with the Phoenixes here. But honestly, this positioning is like so good that it's almost kind of working.
Well, he saves his workers for the most part, and they kind of trade a little bit of army. I think that was better for Creator.
I love the double Widow Mine set up there.
Just barely misses him.
Now it's just going to be overkill on this poor Adept.
Do you remember the Gumiho mine meta?
Yeah,
where he would run mines like as far as they could get into the map. He knew the Oracle timing so well.
Yeah, and he'd just have it wait there.
It would be in the most random location. Like the amount of Oracles he caught.
You would literally just not have your screen over that.
Yeah.
Like at the moment.
It's just so far out. It would be in the middle of the map. It was so crazy. Truly impressive. That's a man that really plays a lot of the game right there.
Yeah. That's the scariest thing when you have somebody that knows your race as well as they know their race. It's like, well, here's when everything comes out. So,
looks like we're going to go into double Robo Colossus here to go with the Phoenix. Kind of an old school style. Triple Marauder production already.
Yeah.
So that's going to be pretty reasonable against this.
I think so. So the map is pretty booby-trapped. It's going to be a little bit before Creator can get to really where he needs to be. In fact, I think the attack from here may be... Yeah, here it is. It's going to be coming before the very important Robotech, probably Disruptors. But it could be, you know, Colossus. But I think against this many Marauders, Disruptors is what you want. But it's going to basically get there. Oh, it's going to be Colossus.
Yeah, the Disruptor doesn't really go with Phoenix very well.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, the Colossus, it goes much better, which allows the Marauders to be used a bit better. But certainly after a certain amount, you're going to want Disruptors, as you said. That's for sure. All right, drops out a few Zealots here into the main. Oh, this engage not going Creator's way.
Yeah, so
Those
this
Marauders
Marauder
just
is just alive. Look, he's going to live through this. All right, the counterattack's been shut down.
Creator's in some real trouble right now.
Oh my god, he's unpowered that. He can actually kill that from below ground.
All right, only a single Colossus here. Like, I think he can just push forward. All right, burrows a little bit here. Those Zealots get baited in. They're going to be in some real trouble. All right, lifts up. Oh, God, one of the mines will end up hitting, but that's all right.
Oh,
and it's just not enough, man.
yeah.
Kira's just going to knock him out.
This is one of those moments there's just too much here. Oh, the Phoenixes are going to go down. Oh, he doesn't get the last one.
Oh. Gets a few lifts, but the Marauders just too strong here. Overcharge goes down. So this one Colossus will now kill that whole army.
Well, this one Colossus just is going to die. Like, I didn't hear no bell. All right. So Kira takes game one. Creator is just, it's game after game after game.
Yeah, he's having a hard time.
I
He's
do
1-7 so far in this group.
You know, after season one, it seemed like he started out with kind of a little bit of that momentum still.
Yeah.
And the last two GSL days we've had to cast of him, kind of looks like he's back to the old Creator.
Maybe.
Or as I call him, Crater.
Yeah, Crater, yeah. That's a good one.
Thank you.
It actually is.
It actually is pretty good.
The way I complimented it sounds like it wasn't a good one, but that was clever. It was like one that I nod at. I don't laugh. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
yes.
You go,
Yes, quite good indeed. As I smoke my bubble pipe.
All right, Berlingrad. Let's go, Creator. Let's come back. Because if he does not, Kira's going to 2-0. Yep.
Came for war.
Team NV, Creator. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
Oh.
Okay. Proxy Barracks. Let's get it going. So it looks like it's just going to be Proxy Reaper.
Yeah, so this is not as, you know, dramatic as it might look initially.
Remember when the Mothership Core was a thing? And every time, if you scouted and they didn't have the barracks in their main, the Protoss would just make a pylon in there and send them their ship core across to kill everything.
You mean peak StarCraft? Yeah.
Peak StarCraft.
Everything was ruined after that.
The game was truly better than Mothership Core.
So the Reaper's going to be made here. We do have one Zealot coming out. Going to be rallied towards the Nexus.
Yeah, just delay that a little bit. Reaper. Bunker gets started, very common.
Yeah, hard for the probe to catch it here. Unless it's Artosis' SCV.
Oh god.
Then it's always on the outside.
It would probably just spontaneously explode when the probe left.
And the Zealot can never catch the Reaper. Oh, unless you decide,
what are you talking
unless you
about?
go up and kiss it on the mouth. Sorry, guys. That was. How dare I try to preempt that with my casting? Sorry, everybody.
God.
Yeah, listen, I'll just put my caster badge in. I'm done.
Oh! All right, well, just walks right up to it. Marauder's on the way here. Backs up, waiting for that battery. Concussive and Marauder, I mean, that can get pretty scary. I like that he's following up with that. We normally don't see this. Normally the barracks just floats home. Yeah, just hitting from the high ground here with the Stalker. Consistent damage. Second Stalker should come down to try to hit the SCV now. Pop him in! No! Why are you running away? Just gets it. Look at that. Perfect. Oh my god. He's going for the pylon. That's kind of
I guess
funny.
that kind of powers everything, doesn't it?
So they can hit that, but they can't shoot flying units. Explain
Yeah.
that one to me, Tasteless.
Oh, and then he runs in here. This is such a cute little tactic.
It is.
I don't know if this helps that much, though.
Well, let's see how many probes he gets.
Yeah.
With that Hellion, man, he just
not
didn't know
as
what to
many.
do. He's never had that much
It's like-
attention in his life,
Like
man. He just froze.
It heard my joke from earlier. The alien's like, what if I try to kiss all the probes in the mouth? Ah!
Probes on my mouth. He's got the double pylon there. Not going to unpower those again.
No.
This has been a weird opener.
Yeah, it's actually been very different from a lot of the other games we've casted. Oh, the Marauder. That's for our pylon.
Walked all the way home for that.
All right, he's got the Triforce. of
Ooh,
Widow Mines.
perfectly timed. Well, I think the mines did their job pretty well. He gets 2 units.
That was important that we didn't actually do any play-by-play for that.
Oh, we had to watch to really see.
Yeah.
Look at this. The probe alley-ooping some of these SCV kills.
Yeah. Tag
Look at this
teaming
probe in the main base.
I know.
See? Look at
it's
that.
It's a StarCraft 1 probe.
Dude.
That probe has 3
is
kills.
It's helped kill so much. Because the Oracle takes 3 hits unless the probe is there. This is the new thing. In StarCraft 1, it's probe Zealot against Zerglings, and here, it's probe Oracle against SCVs.
The only way to make it more of a StarCraft 1 probe would have it. It's
that
built.
mine was so lucky.
Yeah.
A second probe was coming because the first one died.
Well, that probe that was coming in was going to start to try to fly underneath buildings that were going to land and make pylons where add-on should be.
Oh my god, it was going to be crazy. That tank, you think a tank in siege mode can stand up to an Oracle and a probe? No.
No. Dark Shrine coming. Overall, you know, the third base is going to be put down here for Protoss. Time passes. Terran is going to have the option to try to come in here and attack and hit one of these locations. What are you giggling about? What?
Well, when you said time passes, I was like, what, are you fast-forwarding this replay or something? It's like you're telling a story.
I'm like, time passes, and it's tomorrow, and I'm waking up in my bed. Now you cast.
I'm like, were the matches good taste? You're like, I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, where were you when I said time passes?
Yeah. So Dark Shrine coming up, but a Raven is coming out. So not sure how much usage Creator will get out of that.
So, you know, despite all the kind of interesting scuffles we've had early on here, it does seem like Creator's in pretty good shape. I think it's going to be interesting to see how Cure can attack, if he can attack at all. The Dark Shrine tech, I was a little bit surprised by. I wasn't expecting him to go for that this early.
No, certainly not.
And I don't know if Cure's going to be expecting it either. Now, it's going to come behind the blink, and we've seen this once or twice. I can't remember which games it was, but basically, like, sometimes the Stalkers cause such a distraction that the DTs can come in there and kill the tanks and other stuff, and you're just not ready for it.
Makes a single DT right now, but, I mean, he saw the Raven, right? It doesn't feel like you're going to find much value for those DTs right now.
Yeah, even that move there. Shedding the shields just to try to kill an SCV. Now, maybe when he moves out, you can always counterattack with DTs if a Raven's going to move out.
Yeah. Yeah, like, he still doesn't know that it's DT.
No, he has no idea.
Just kind of poking up here.
You got to be careful with the Stalkers. Obviously, they have shields first and foremost, but if you would take too much hull damage, these things are terrible later on.
Yeah, they become a whole new level of soft. DT's still waiting. Very patient here. Really wants that DT to pay off. Oh, never mind. Not as patient as I thought.
No. Well, I don't want to call this too soon, but this is looking a little bit grim here.
Yeah, that's a big army. Yeah. And, like, it's very, very soft for Creator because it's like some damaged Stalkers, then you went DT tech that didn't do anything. Oh, boy. Tasteless, I think that Creator is not going to be winning this game. He's got so little left over.
Yeah.
He's down 20 army supply right now.
I mean, maybe if the Stasis Wards connect.
Yeah.
There's no Raven in the mix anymore. Oh, but he scans it.
Yeah, it's almost gone anyways.
That was so funny.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's a...
Okay, a flank comes in. Hold on, though. Hold on, though.
Hold on, though. Hold on, though.
Hold on, though. Hold on, though. Those Oracles getting their damage in too. Protoss units, am I right?
Oh, you are right. You nailed it back there.
Yeah.
Stalkers warping in. Reinforcements have come down. Now, that was not without some of the big losses for Protoss, but maybe Creator needs to be careful not to push his luck too much. Nice force fields. Whoa!
Well, that was pretty smashing right there.
And there
I think
it is.
that Creator's got it, yeah. That was all right. All right. I'm actually kind of surprised that battle went so well for Creator. He didn't really get that much done, to be honest.
No.
Not that the early rush from Cure did very much anyways. So I guess he wasn't like building upon a big lead or anything like that. All right, we're going to a game 3 tonight.
Thank God. It's been nothing but 2 O's. Creator not looking too happy, to be honest, man. It's been kind of you know, sometimes when you're playing really bad, even the wins are painful. There was a lot of mistakes he made early on there, you know.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you got the point, but you're not happy with the play, and the play is really what you got to be more concerned about if you're going to be guaranteed to get results down the road. So we're going to go to Blackburn for map 3.
I think being angry about wins is a sign of intelligence.
Oh, yes. Sure it is, Artosis. Game 3, let's go.
Came for war.
Team NV, Creator. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
So this should lend itself to a pretty different looking game here.
Blackburn gives us some cool games. I like this map.
I welcome maps like this. I think it's always good to have a map kind of like this in the pool. So he's going to go for the eBay block.
Yeah. It's kind of nice. We'll see if he pulls the 4 probes or goes down some other route. Techs up. And there come the 4 probes. And just going to go ahead and tag this down. Even brings another one.
Make it 6 probes.
Yep.
Okay, so the EB is going to go down.
EB.
The EB is like.
What do you want to evolve it into, Tasteless?
So he hasn't taken the Nexus yet, but he will soon here. He's banked up enough minerals.
And checks, sees the factory on the way. Certainly a command center will be starting here shortly. Reactor coming up off of just a Marine.
Yeah, I want to see what kind of style Creator's going to bring here. You know, again, he does seem to be one of these guys where if he has a bumpy day, he does not seem to be able to recover from it, generally speaking. You know, one of the interesting things about Season 1 was watching him play very well, and he looked very tranquil, even like before the game started in the studio in general. There was a degree of tranquility around him.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was like he was almost in a Zen state. And it seemed like he was hanging on to that pretty well through most of Season 1. And we'd see a couple cracks, a couple frays at the seam time to time, but he overall kind of kept it together. And it seems like basically in day 1 of Group B, we kind of saw
the rage returned, the mistakes returned.
Yeah, like the expectations were there, but his execution was not. And it's an interesting thing. Like if you're unable to focus, like when I was going to tournaments like really young, like in StarCraft 1, I would. It was like the tournaments were so important to me.
Yeah.
And obviously they're important for everybody, right? Or you wouldn't have showed up and tried to compete. But I remember just not being able to focus. It was like I was thinking about the result that I wanted.
Yeah.
And not
absolutely.
And not like, okay, what I don't need to think about the result. I need to think about like making my 4th pylon. I need to think about watching the mini map. You know, just going through the motions of what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
And it took me a long time, like as a player, to kind of get to the point where like now that I can be like when we went for fun, we went to that ACS qualifier pre-pandemic. I don't find that I have a hard time focusing now, but it is an interesting thing I kind of empathize with Creator, where like you start to kind of get outside of yourself. Like,
well, it's more important to him than, for instance, us traveling to one of those qualifiers at this point, right?
Of course, yeah. That's a good point. When I was much younger, it was like, well, this is everything. You know what I mean?
And nowadays,
or now
it would be more of a side thing of a lot of other things going on.
Yeah, I've got other stuff that I'm doing. Good point.
Actually, what you were saying about like the sense of tranquility, that I think a lot of people saw that in him, and then the return of the rage. We've seen this before in StarCraft as well, and I think it has to do with. One of my favorite things to do, I read a lot about sports psychology. You may not know this about me, but sometimes I have a hard time controlling my emotions. So I actually read a lot on the subject, and I find that for myself personally, like I can fix my mindset for like a day or 2 days, and then it just kind of reverts back. And I've seen that a lot of times with pros as well, right? Creator, we kind of saw this, right? Like it seemed temporary. We'll see if it continues. I'm not saying that I know inside of his brain or something, but we saw it with Sharp in StarCraft 1, where he started doing yoga, he lost a bunch of weight, he was crushing one season,
and everything,
and then he just went back completely to his normal self and went back to, I mean, still good results. He's one of the best players, but not
he seemed
as
to be
good
in
results.
His best form.
Yeah, he wasn't his absolute best, right? And I feel like there's other ones that'll come to my mind now that we're talking about it. But anyways, we have a big attack coming in.
Okay, so scan over here.
Decent lock-ons.
See what's going on up here. Now there's no third base, so positionally Terran's gonna like this, because now it means that he's gonna just go for it.
I don't think
this is gonna work.
Yeah,
no, this is a bad idea.
There's no way.
I was literally about to compliment Kieran that like, okay, he can basically hold his position outside, and he's like, you know what, Tasteless?
Yeah, he's got Overcharge, he's got Immortal, he's got like four Phoenixes here.
Well, the batteries, the Immortal, like everything.
Well, then the Liberator flies in, so it makes it look like it was a great move. I don't think it was.
5 workers have been killed.
Okay. At the end of the day, I think that did turn out fine for Kier. I am still surprised he kind of went up the ramp, but that maybe that was just because the Liberator was coming. He's like, yeah, let me just see what I can get done. But certainly he knew he was never going to break that. Colossus about to pop out. Raven coming as well. Creator down 6 workers at the moment. Their command center going to be built on location.
So the Ops is coming across the map now. Phoenixes are going to come in here and try to snag some SCVs for some kills.
Snags one, gets out of here.
Kier kind of screwed up that early engagement, but I think he's still in okay shape for now.
Yeah. No, I think he's totally fine. And I mean, he hasn't really, like, look, right now he's building 2 racks and 2 reactors. So he hasn't hit his stride as far as macro goes, but his supply will start to really pump up. Now look at this, Creator going back to something that he's well known for, double forge with his Colossus. Now, this movement that you see, this is just sharking around. He absolutely is not planning on going to attack right now. With double forge coming up, he needs to hunker down, and he needs to block everything that's incoming. And it's going to be a little bit tough because you see Stim, Combat Shields +1, all finishing up, all the production finishing up.
Right.
Cure's supply is about to explode.
Yeah, it's going to spike up pretty quickly here. Seems like, oh, okay, Creator's going to back up. I was like, this is a weird time to move out.
Yeah, no, I think he's literally just walking around hoping that he runs into like a Marine and a
just sharking around, yeah.
Yeah, if he can pick off any pieces of army, it's really, really good for him. Because he's got sentries in here, like he can, no matter what comes at him, he can pick off a little bit and run back and basically be untouched. And anything he whittles off helps so much because he's doing a very powering build here. Double forge, like Twilight afterwards.
All right, showtime for Terran. He's going to be moving out. The 3rd Colossus is just warped in.
Disruptor on the way as well. Sending Zealots out. He really wants to know where this army is. Okay, there, he sees it.
Okay, he's going to back up now.
Don't forget, there's a Raven in here, so he definitely wants to try to bait out the earliest disable as possible.
If you can come out and get those disables out and then run back to where you actually have to take the fight, it can be pretty good.
Yeah. If this fight were to happen, well, I guess now there's a disruptor, so the math is getting fuzzier and fuzzier, but like, for instance, this army, against that army minus disruptor, you do 2 disables, you win that battle easy.
Right.
So that's what Creator's looking to prevent at the moment.
Oh, okay. Phoenixes are going to go back down. There's a secondary army that's going to move down here towards the lower center.
Yeah, looking to maybe force a cancel on this 4th. Might open up a room for his other army to move in as well. Cannon battery going down to help out.
Okay, takes the battery out.
I like how Kira's playing this. He's taking his 4th and the top left during this, going up into EMP, adding more barracks, and only poking the sides. He's not committing anywhere. He's making it dark. He's making it tough for Creator to move into the right areas. Didn't we see Creator against Bunny here a couple weeks ago where Creator was actually in pretty good shape but had a hard time splitting his army correctly and Bunny just peeled him apart?
Yeah.
It feels like Kier is trying to do that to him, but he's splitting better this time.
Because I remember
he had only like gateway units at the top nexus that he had, and that made it very tough. But he split his splash units this time, which is very good.
Well, the thing with Protoss is to have a healthy army, you have to do this real balancing act. You know what I mean? Like 1 to 2 Colossi, you're immortal there, the right number of sentries and stalkers. And so he has that in 2 different positions. But with this drop coming into the main,
oh boy,
I don't know that Creator's going to be able to handle this here. And keep in mind, there's still an army way in the north that's going to be trying to come in here and do some damage as well.
Very Marauder heavy. He actually pulls the mine hit over the army there. And yeah, he deals with it pretty well. But the other army now will move down towards his 3rd base location. I believe he still has a chunk of his own army here, so he should be able to hold that. This looks like pretty solid defense.
Oh, big disable.
Yeah, 2 big disables there. Targets down the overcharge as well. The 2 Immortals holding tough. He can still hold this Nexus.
It seems like it's just too much, man. Creator just shuts this down so handily.
Yeah.
This entire build-up basically getting taken out almost immediately.
Very good defense.
The question now is, can Creator actually aggress on the other side of the map? It looks like he's going to go for it. Ooh. But the drops aren't done yet. We've got Widow Mines and 16 probe kills so far. He cleans that up.
Yeah, that's quite fantastic. Oh, the Ghost way out in the front. Looks like he might end up losing some of them. Yeah, losing 3-4 Ghosts, easy. That is a scary army right there. He gets one of the medevacs, only one with a unit in it. Okay, going after this 3rd base. Dude, I think Creator is really close to winning this.
Yeah, this is the kind of play he needed to bring, you know, throughout this entire tournament.
It's in the wrong area, but I don't think it matters.
Fine. I think it's actually fine. No matter how you cut this, he wins. GG. Creator closes out with a win. Certainly not enough to go on to the round of 6 or 4, but a little bit of a reminder that he is a strong player when he can kind of keep his mindset the focused position that it needs to be in. So,
well, if you look at it technically, 4th in your group is top 8.
Yeah.
That's a lot better feeling than top 10, right? Top 8, like that's a
good
statement
point.
that feels like it really means something, even though he does not advance, same as Kier.
So we're going to go to an interview now with Creator. I'm actually very curious about this interview. I want to see how he's feeling, what he's thinking. Again, he's not advancing, but he did at least end the Group B for himself on a high note. And then after that, guys, we got one more best of 3 to close out the round of 10.
All right, Creator defeats Cure 2-1, and Creator finalizes his standing as the 4th place. Hello, Creator. Hello. So in the last match, you acquire a victory, and then you will somehow, you know, bittersweet. It's a bittersweet victory, but you end your GSL run for this season. How do you feel? You know, I tried to have an entertaining match today, but you know, things didn't go that well for me. So why are you smiling right now, Creator? What's the truth behind the smile? You know, I don't know what to say right now, to be honest. You know, last season, you were the finalist, Creator, so I'm sure you had a big ambition for this season. So what was your full experience like this season? Well, first of all, I prepared really hard. I made thorough preparation. But then I lost against RagnaroK. I lost against Bunny. I was too nervous, and I was full of rage. I was full of anger at the time. So, you know, I just want to say sorry for that poor behavior that I showed last week. So, Creator, GSL might have been unfortunate for you, but in DreamHack Valencia, you went to top 4. So from now on, what kind of performance will we show to the fans? So first of all, I want to say thank you to all the fans for cheering for me. And also thanks to Team NV for their everlasting support. You know, these days my performance hasn't been great, so I'm a little sad, but I'll try to do my best next season. Well, Creator, we look forward to seeing your phenomenal performance next season. Thank you for the interview, Creator.
Thank you for the translation, Andy. All right, guys. Well, we are going to go to that break. Up next, Bunny and RagnaroK. This is going to be an interesting one, man. RagnaroK performing so well. Of course, Bunny been so strong for the last little while. Let's see what happens after this break.
We didn't mean to upset you. We don't mean no disrespect to. Come and she coming to get you, though. Yo, 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 yo. System was made to protect you. You probably didn't expect to see us stand up and correct you, no. Yo, 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 yo. Bring it in, boom, boom. attention. About time for this intervention. Figured all your good intentions out. Yeah, 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 yeah. People, you
Coming like a storm. I got my sword and my shield. Victory in my bones. A warrior never kneels. 'Cause I'm a gladiator and a shaker. Headed to the top 'cause I'm a groundbreaker. I'm gonna fight 'cause that's what I'm made for. I'm a gladiator. A gladiator. A gladiator. A gladiator. A gladiator. I'm gonna fight 'cause I'm a gladiator. Gladiator on my bloodline. I was born for this. Welcome to the arena. I fight for honor. I fight for principle. The passion I possess that makes me invincible. I know you ain't prepared for what you got to face. So if you're looking for asylum, this the wrong place. Defeat never known it. I don't condone it. Weakness never shown it. I dismantle my opponent. It's in my DNA. It's who I got to be. Ain't nothing stopping me. Fulfill the prophecy. And a shaker headed to the top 'cause I'm a groundbreaker. I'm gonna fight 'cause that's what I'm made for. I'm a gladiator. A gladiator. A gladiator. A gladiator. A gladiator. I'm gonna fight 'cause I'm a gladiator.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
질성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 질성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼, 홀리 점심은 라떼, 홀리 저녁엔 라떼, 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
질성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 질성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼, 홀리 점심은 라떼, 홀리 저녁엔 라떼, 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리.
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요? 아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인. 모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 받아보도록 하겠습니다.
Today's matchup. RagnaroK. Creator. Bunny. Dark. Q. Round of 10. Group B. Africa TV, Freak Up Studios, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Thanks for waiting, everybody. We're back. We're ready to go into this final best of 3. Bunny versus RagnaroK. Now, normally I would look at this matchup and I wouldn't be that interested. But I think for this season, for this round of 10, it's actually a really interesting one.
Yeah, and it's actually important still. This is for ranking, right? If RagnaroK ends up winning this, so hold on. If he 2-0s, he gets second place. So he goes to the winner's match as opposed to the loser's match. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Dude, if you could skip just one phase from round of 6 to round of 4, you would take that.
You have to win one less best of 5 against another one of the world's best players.
Yeah. No, please let me avoid that. Again, Bunny was stuck in Spain, got COVID at DreamHack. Had to. Korea doesn't let you back in if you test positive, so he was stuck there. And we were worried he might not make it back. We might have to just give him losses and have a really short, weird day at the studio. Where we cast 3 best of 3s. But he did end up testing negative. He's recovered. He got on a plane. He landed yesterday afternoon. Came in, tried to rest up. He's here. And dude, so far, he's looking pretty good as a player. I'm very impressed.
He looked very strong against Kier.
Sure.
Now, that being said, RagnaroK is a little bit stronger right now, and TVZ is quite a different matchup, right? So, let's see how he can do.
Hardwire, Curious Minds, and 2,000 Atmospheres are going to be our 3 maps to close out the round of 10. Yeah, man, I just want to hop into this game, Artosis. How about you?
Yeah, let's get it done, man. Let's see what the final standings are. Who's going to be playing who in that round of 6?
All right, guys. This is Bunny versus RagnaroK, a best of 3 to close out the round of 10.
I came for war.
Team NV, Bunny. Alpha X, RagnaroK.
We are having a gas and pull first. We've seen this a lot from RagnaroK. Well, we've seen more offensive hatches than pool first, but he has done a lot of pool first as well.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily
so this is, but it's more out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
But RagnaroK has always been one of these Zerg players that kind of marches to his own beat, so to speak.
Actually have quite a close record against each other, don't they? Yeah, I guess actually when you think about it, they kind of both were lower ranked GSL players for a kind of similar amount of time, and then both kind of have been rising more lately.
Yeah, well, it was true for Creator, but I think it's true for all these guys where, they've been putting, we don't want to say the hours in, but really the years in. And it does, you see it pay off later on. And these are the guys that I think both of them have been just such big improvements from 4 or 5 years ago as an example.
Well, certainly that is the case. Sometimes it just takes people different amounts of time,
Yeah.
Like the speed with which you get it, right? I feel like that's mostly what people are talking about when they talk about talent. It's like some people just understand right away how to play StarCraft and do well at it.
It seems like in some cases, some people it clicks just right away, or at least compared to their peers.
Yeah. Like the way they're interpreting it is closer to what works well than how someone else's maybe, and things just seem to come more naturally. We call it talent or whatever. But the thing is, you can still achieve these great heights. And we see these guys are rising, and it's taken a really long time, whereas some other players just rise up immediately and are like Royal Roaders and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Yeah. I always find it the most interesting to go back to either the early days of StarCraft 2 or the early days of StarCraft 1 and kind of look at the pool of players. These are, a lot of times very, very brilliant, almost savant level people. But Okay, so the Ling Rush has been shut down. I'll actually save my thoughts for a little bit later. I'm like,
well, he gets 3 SCVs, forced lost mining time. I mean, it's decent what he did there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, with the Hellion out, he can't get up any higher. But basically, I was just saying, like, you know, it's kind of crazy when you look back at these people that were able to compete at a high level when we barely understood the game at all. And maybe they used weird tech trees or build orders, but, you know, they kind of they were on to something at the time.
Sure.
But those are almost never the people that are around much later on.
They literally never are.
Yeah.
Like, I think the longest standing pro from the beginning of a game, like being the best at basically the beginning or very close to the beginning to later on, was Boxer. And that guy was a workhorse.
Yeah.
He actually stayed relevant and getting high in tournaments until like 2005.
Yeah, he had a run for a couple of years where he was still pretty much on top from, I think that's the beginnings all the way until you had kind of that era of macro fast expand players that kind of came out and moved ahead. And these are people that basically knew how to like always get a second or even a third base.
Yeah.
And not die at anything, which was sort of unheard of at the time.
Yeah.
When you started, and you know, it looks kind of obvious now in like StarCraft 2 because, and I think StarCraft 2 is a more exaggerated version of even what's happened in Brood War because since Blizzard decided at the time to make more workers at the start, it sort of sped up the whole process. And I think in some ways simplified some of the early game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, at the time, and you know, we saw this happen early on in StarCraft 2 at the start as well, when people really started to be like, no, this is when you always get your third base. And if you put this building here and make these 3 units and watch out for these 4 things, you will never lose your third base.
Yeah.
You know, and if they do anything, you won't die and you'll be ahead later on, at worst.
Yeah, I mean, different rushes come out, different timing attacks that can punish that. The evolution of the meta. But, I guess we got there. I was trying to think, like, how do we even get into this? But I think just via talking about, like, it has taken these guys a lot longer to get up to this really high level where they're actually contenders.
These are the guys that did not come naturally to.
Yeah.
Is I guess what we were trying to get to go full, you know, big picture with it. Is that, like, these are the guys that were always working hard and were, you know, kind of imitating their peers in order to kind of stay in. I mean, there was a period where GSL was round of 64.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And then for a long time, round of 32. But so these were the guys that were like kind of afloat, but were not, you know, moving into the round of 8 or the round of 4. But here they are now, and I mean, they're in such good form.
Indeed. And, you know, one final thing I think as well, like, I think the naturally talented people, a lot of people like kind of idolize them a bit more, but in a lot of ways I like these types of players that just kept with it. You know, they're not like dumb or anything. It's different how they've achieved their goals, and it's
the perseverance is there.
It's very laudable, I think. Hey, Muta's flying out now. Lots of turrets going up. Hellion's just kind of running away. The Banshee as well, flying off in a different direction. And it seems like he's delayed these Mutas just enough to get all of his turrets finished. Look at that. 4 turrets finishing up. Just catches them with the Marines just enough. Very well done by Bunny, delaying those out. But Baneling's speed is done, and he's going 1-1. I've seen RagnaroK do this type of style. Normally he goes pretty heavily on the Mutas when he plays like this. And I actually think he's quite a good Ling Bane Muta macro player.
Yeah.
So even though he hasn't gotten damage yet, like, he's going to be pretty darn active with these, and I think he's gonna find ways in. He's gonna find things to do. But wow, Bunny is doing a great job repelling them, isn't he?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. You know, these Mutas have barely gotten any value at all. And the thing with Mutas is you kind of need to start to get value out of them right away, right? It's not a unit that you make and then you sit on. Anybody you see that makes Mutas and then doesn't, you know, move around the map with them and try to do stuff is probably going to lose.
Yeah, they're active units. You got to keep them active. They're all about their mobility. All right, gets a couple SCVs. Takes a lot of damage on a Muta there, though. You can't be trading a Muta for 2 SCVs, so got to get a little bit better than what he's doing. Okay, gets another. RagnaroK taking another base, so he is going up to 5. See if he's able to hold that. Drilling Claws on the way. his 1-1 is, it's not that far off. Really important for him to equalize those upgrades as well.
And, I mean, you know, even though we've seen a little bit of these skirmishes, it's overall been a pretty passive game, to be honest. A lot of caution aired on both sides, really.
Chasing him back for now. Just starting the first Muta upgrade. Still producing a lot of Mutas as well.
And it looks like we're getting close to the moment where Terran might want to start to push out. 1-1's going to be finishing here.
Yeah, there's a Thor coming up, and of course Drilling Claws. So I think those are a couple important things. And honestly, I don't think you actually push until 2-2 is done, and that's going to be a beautiful timing for him.
Yeah.
Like, that's when he's going to be at his absolute strongest.
Oh. All right.
Yeah,
So-
look at this. He's going to be up 2 upgrades. He's going to be basically maxed out against maxed out. He's going to have a Thor mixed in there, a good amount of mines, good amount of Marauders. The time is almost here. As that 2-2 is finishing, we need to see Bunny push.
This is one of those builds where it's like the 4th is very late, but basically you've powered on 3 bases for an insanely long period of time. There's not a lot of targets to hit either, which is one thing to note here. For the Zerg, it's like there's not a lot of weak spots to hit because there's not a lot of like area on the map to hit until just recently, right? And Terran's basically ready to push, but at the same time, the Zerg has built out this Ling Muta. Ling Muta.
These Ling Betas, what are they doing?
I went Ling Beta, and then I'm like, there's got to be a third unit. Like, what's it called? So Ling Muta Bane army, and so they're both ready for a fight. But are these Betalings?
Oh my God! No, those were Alphalings.
Those are
right
Alphalings for sure.
That was a beta planetary.
It was
right
a
there,
beta.
Jason.
It was a total beta planetary.
SUVs.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bunny, I mean, he's got that 2-2 we were talking about. He's starting to push out. Oh my God, the Banelings just roll down the ramp and kill everything. My God, okay. Bunny still has, excuse me, a reasonable supply here.
Yeah, oh, look at the spreading here for Bunny from the Bunster. Gonna back up. Sees too many Banes are gonna hatch there.
92 drones for RagnaroK. He's getting into Baneling mode. So he's got 18 meters flying around, just picking off what he can. Other than that, let's put that money into Banelings.
Not Betalings.
No, you don't want
no
those.
Beta Cucklings, man.
No, none of those, man. Oh my God. That's what slow circuits are.
Yeah, he's not able to really get in there. A lot of patience exhibited here by Bunny. I wonder if it'd be a good idea for Bunny to just try to push up into the center right here. I do feel like RagnaroK has kind of been able to run amok with the map.
Yeah, he's kept very good control. Oh, look at this. The Lings and Banes just flow upon those Marauders, get rid of them immediately. Nice lift off there against the Ling counterattack. Pulls his SCVs away as well. Oh, Muta's coming for a counter. Takes care of that sensor tower so that he can't be reacted to so quickly. And Bunny just can't really get his attack together.
Yeah, I feel like he's been ready to fight for a while, but he just isn't finding anything.
Well, there's been good counters, and the Banelings just roll down the hill and like reduce his army, and he's pulling back. And
you know, RagnaroK's kind of everywhere. He's sort of run away with this game. It doesn't mean that Terran can't win, but like Terran is not even really able to take a fight. The moment that Terran tries to get to a position, the Lings and Banes have usually run around him. In fact, that looked like it was going to be one of the most direct attacks so far from RagnaroK, but he pulls away when he realizes it's not a small chunk of the army, but in fact the entirety of the army. Now, eventually Zerg does have to actually confront the Terran threat, right? The thing is, if you drag the game out long enough, you've backed up so much larva, you have so much gas to spend, you can make throngs of Banes after throngs of Banes.
That's what he's doing. He's going for the ultimate throng. Like, I think he has like 100 Banelings right now.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I want to see the actual unit count, because I know it's crazy. 83 Banelings! 83! This is getting to the number where you just attack, move it at the back of your opponent's base.
Okay.
so inefficient. It can't happen. It
He's
can't
like,
be
what about
worse.
Marauders?
And here come more.
I've got Kerrigan's credit card. I don't care.
It's one of those ones made out of metal.
Kerrigan, I need the 3 back numbers of the card. Well,
okay, these are the worst Baneling connections like ever. The counterattack and
I feel like RagnaroK played the perfect game until about a minute ago where this is completely falling apart.
Well, hold on, Tasteless. Why don't we just make like another 60 Banes?
Okay. Go on.
Yeah. No, that's it. Link counterattack coming down here. Might kill that. Oh my god, that command center actually blew up. Alright, here come more Banes. Does he have enough Banes this time? Looks like yes. Man, RagnaroK, like, there's been some bad trades, but it still looks very, very good for him. Now, Ghosts are coming out and Ultras are coming out, so maybe you can see Bunny start to get very efficient here. I feel like he may need to stop attacking, which is what we've seen a lot of the other top Terrans doing.
Yeah, blows up the planetary there. Keep in mind, you know, Terran does not have a whole lot of bases to work with here. So when you see one of those white, it's very different from what's happening with the Zerg. The Zerg is literally running out of spots to take on the map. So the income...
Everyone's got their own problems.
Yes. I'm like, you guys think you have problems? Well, this is a trust fund Zerg.
Yeah. There's 45
He'll never know what
Banes.
it's like to work for his own money. How about that? There's a problem for you.
You just more 45 more Banes, making 4 Ultras, getting Burrow, getting Ultra Speed. Mutants come in, deny mining here. Is that a Marauder tank army? That's okay, we got Banelings. Are those Ghosts? No problem, Banelings. Mines? Banelings.
Well, we're finally seeing the full effect of the Zerg's lead so far here. Yeah, that's it. GG. RagnaroK with honestly a very masterful ZVT. I mean, Bunny had plans, but RagnaroK basically danced around them.
Yeah, he did.
Anytime that Bunny thought he was going to take a fight, RagnaroK would immediately pull away and look for a different target. Whether he finds it or not isn't important. What's important is that Bunny's not getting to engage. And at the same time, Bunny, you know, one of the scary things about going for a heavy 3-base play and then like a kind of a slow 4th later on is like any of those bases that gets hit in a counterattack, you feel it.
Oh,
it's not like the Terrans losing a 5th or a 6th base. You go, okay, well, I mean, my income's still working. We'll put that fire out when we get there.
Well, RagnaroK countered him just perfectly, too, as that 2-2 was done, and Bunny should have been ready for a timing push.
Yeah.
And RagnaroK just counters, you know, gets rid of that 4th, and things got out of hand.
Curious minds. That's Artosis and me. Wondering what this game 2 is going to look like.
Oh, wow, yeah.
All right, guys.
2,000 atmospheres. That's how much pressure they're not feeling because this game doesn't matter.
Team NV, Bunny. Alpha X, RagnaroK.
So pool first again.
Yeah.
Let's not forget how game 1 actually started out here. It was a bunch of links forcing the command center to lift off.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't imagine it does that again, though, right?
No, he's not getting gas this time.
That would be too ooga booga.
Yeah, this seems to be just like maybe an anti-proxy barracks build.
Could be.
Honestly, I think that's a great read. I was actually thinking in that last game, I'm like, if I was Bunny and I lost this game and thus can't move into 2nd place, I would just double proxy racks or triple proxy racks next. And RagnaroK may have thought that as well, because it's like, yeah, I mean, you can win this game or lose this game, but it like there's no there's the difference in the pride of a win and, you know, your Aligulac score or whatever and your stats, I guess. But the amount of games that these guys have played, like, this is one of the less meaningful games for Bunny.
Okay, so SCV going to come up here now. What? Oh, I thought the game crashed.
And this particular one, like, if you don't scout the SCV, the Lings can run around, and if the Reaper shows up at the Zerg base, you can sometimes force a cancel on that
But
CC.
did he fraction off some of those Lings in time to make it not clear that there was how many Lings there actually
Yeah,
were?
he's only seen 2.
But he probably just knows.
As soon as you see 2, you're like, okay, the Reaper can stay at home. You don't need anything else.
Just in case he's going to go over here to catch the Reaper if it were to come.
Well, command center coming up. Factory as well as a reactor here.
Yeah, man. Let's see if RagnaroK goes for Ling Muta Bane again. This map is definitely a different one. I feel like it's a little bit harder on the last map to kind of get to where you want to go. This map's a little bit more open.
Yeah, a little bit closer together, it feels like, as well, a lot of these bases. So maybe a Ling Bane Hydra. Shall see. Hellions on the way. Starport as well, before any third command center, so Bunny gonna be putting some sort of pressure on.
So we've got that Roach Warren here.
Marauder. So this should be a Hellbat Marauder push.
Yeah, well, can we say we're that surprised?
No.
I mean, I think with, you know, and this is one of the new things about this format in GSL is some rounds are important, and then in this case, this round's not, just by the way the thing went. Just come out with a build that's sort of like, I don't know, it either hits him or it doesn't.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
know.
kind of flipping coins a little bit.
Yeah.
You're not looking to outplay him, you're looking to catch him.
Yeah, looking to get him.
And the thing is, I think RagnaroK has read the overall intentions very well. Because he opened pool first, which is safe, and now he's gone into roaches at a great time. Like, our Hellbat's going to do anything when your opponent has a bunch of queens and a bunch of roaches? No.
So in this case, it's actually going to be the roaches coming out first, which is kind of funny. Does the Viking see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Flies right by. All right, if he can get a bunker up. I mean, Marauders in a bunker never cared about a roach.
No, not in a million years.
Yeah, he's going to be completely fine at the top of this ramp.
What's funny is, like, all he had to do was stay home. He didn't know the attack was coming to him.
Yeah.
He actually brought it. So maybe this actually works out better for Bunny. Keep in mind that there's concussive shells, so, like, you actually can't escape with a lot of these roaches. You should just grab those Marauders and boost them over and drop them again to get the concussive shells off.
That would have been nice. All right, I think he can turn them into Hellbats now. Targeting down that medevac. Run that away. Okay. Well, you know what? This is doing some fantastic work. Those roaches all being picked off on the way home. Really, really painful for him.
Okay, maybe this actually works.
Yeah.
Oh, RagnaroK, you had the hubris to try to attack across the map. Little did you know it was actually Marauder Hellbat.
Pretty much if it was anything else, he would have been all right, I think.
Yeah,
but
he walked into the jaws of the beast there. It looks like is Zerg gonna barely hold here. Seems like it.
And he actually only lost 4 drones. The Viking gonna get away. I love it.
I'm out of here.
Bring me with you.
Okay. Where does this put us now? It's 40 workers to 43. Zerg certainly suffered losses, and that includes queens that are going to have to be remade. Stim's done. I don't know what Terran has back at his base.
Well, I don't think he has a whole lot. He is adding a ton of production right now. Look at that. That Viking has 10 kills.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
So behind the Zerger's going to just drone up very, very quickly.
Yeah, a couple of Evos going down here as well. And I guess he's going to go Roach Ravager, right? Seems to make sense here. Like plus range, plus carapace. All right, third command going to come over here and land for Bunny.
So one thing about doing the Hellbat Hellion pushes is that you've invested in 2 units that then you can't use after the little attack is done. I mean, Marauders are always kind of good to have 1 or 2 in there, but you eventually need to go back into Marine, so you never have high numbers of that. And it's one of the it's kind of the double-edged. That's not even a double-edged sword is a good example. It's one of the problems of doing the Hellbat push is if you don't do an overwhelming amount of damage, the Zerg does have time to recover.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there isn't this follow-up. There isn't the alley-oop to the push.
No, you're not like, oh, thank God I have an armory already, and thus Hellbat tech and concussive shells right now. Oh, wait, I'm not going to make any more Marauders for
You're
a
not
long
like,
time.
you know what? Thor drops now. That's the next thing coming here. It doesn't kind of pair with anything that's going to come later on.
Yeah. Bunny pushing forward with a couple tanks, as he is wont to do.
So the question now is how effective is this push going to be? RagnaroK playing a very different game. Roach Ravager Bane is going to be his strategy here, of looking for a fight.
That's what he uses against Protoss.
Yeah.
Why not against Terran? Actually, a lot of the strongest strategies did that, where they just jumped matchups.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Lingbane Hydra. That jumped matchups, right? Like, and just got used completely and was super dominant in both ZVP and CVT. So why not?
Why not? Medevac's going to be coming through here. Now, it's hard to surprise him, but of course, this isn't Mutaplay, right? So it's not like the Zerg can just run around and shut this down.
Yeah. You just fly right over it. Only has to watch out for Queens and Spores at this point. Okay, a little drop into the natural. Let's see what he can get done here. It's a good clump of Marines there. Really nice
positioning is actually really good.
Yeah.
Good surround here.
A couple more medevacs boosting. One unloads in the main. The other 2 at this new base. Ooh, this is going to do a lot of damage, it looks like. Ah, the Roach Ravager comes here, so what's in the main then?
Nothing. Now, even though the Harass is doing some okay damage, the honest truth is if you look at the mini-map, this kind of looks like Game 1. Like, Zerg's still growing healthily. Terran's powering up on the 3 bases. Obviously, without mutas in play, the Terran has more free range to at least try to initiate attacks in different parts of the map. But at the same time, we see that 4th base about to land here for Terran. When that big push is going to come, is the Zerg going to be ready? Keep in mind, this is not, since with Mutaling Bane, you can kind of run around him and hit weak spots. This is more of a kind of smashing army, a battle Zerg army.
That's for sure. You got to get like a very nice engagement or run into a position where they can't really out-micro you, anything like that.
Right.
Don't want to see too much splash damage from your tanks.
Oh! Might have been better to actually not attack that and just fire the biles. Okay, 9 more Banes are coming here. Zerg is nearly maxed out, which means it's almost time for the Zerg to attack.
Push this back and kill off a couple of units here. Venge for that creep. The Queen going over to lay some more tumors. Bunny being very active with his drops. Look at that. Drops like 2 Marines, gets out of there. Another medevac going towards that main, but too much defense already. A few Vipers coming out. It's interesting to see this weird kind of unit composition that RagnaroK has put together and have it just go into Hive. And now suddenly we're adding Vipers, getting an Ultralisk Cavern, and it almost feels like a modified strategy from the beginning of Legacy of the Void.
Yeah, it does a little bit.
Yeah, like the Ravager Lingish type comps into Ultra. That was very popular for a little bit, about 5-6 years ago.
So Zerg now reaches up into the top right.
Yeah,
Terran
sixth
again.
Base.
Sorry, Artos is good.
The 6th base for him, right? So 4 against 6 here shortly, but Bunny is starting to push.
Yeah, now the question is, can Bunny actually take any of these bases out? No bases on this map are really close to the Terran. It's good to note. Everything's kind of tucked away. The minerals are always pointed on the other side of the map, so you can't really harass workers. Here we go, though. Huge attack comes in.
Tries the EMP, but Blinding Clouds go absolutely everywhere, and he is just slaughtering at the moment.
And there's still so many Banes here. It feels like there's one Bane for every other Terran unit left on the screen.
Yeah, you might be right about that. The Roach Bane chasing these ghosts back right now, going towards the tank in this 3rd base mineral line.
And, you know, it's hard to imagine Bunny kind of recouping from here. It looks like these shots are a little bit staggered from the Ravagers, so like...
That tank, man, is so manly. Look at that. The bunker as well, adding a lot of damage. That siege tank is such a hero, it's crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. You know, you can use 3 corrosive by all-shot skill at tank, but you need to fire them all in unison. Or over time, the SCVs can just repair them, and that's what we saw happen back there. So
clutch hold.
Yeah, and honestly, kind of a clumsy closer there from RagnaroK. I think had he killed that tank, he would have killed the bunker and probably forced a liftoff.
Yeah.
I think Terran still survives that regardless, but you know, what's most important is that most of the tanks have been killed, which should allow the next wave from RagnaroK to come in without having to soak that much splash damage from the tanks.
Now RagnaroK running around with a serious amount of Zerglings right now, splitting them off into 2 different groups. Has to be careful though. One mine hit could just decimate this army.
Okay, cleans that up. Marauders now coming in. Not a bad harass at all. But Ultras are in the mix as well. The Terran is on 5 bases. The only base Terran can take after this is the 6th, which is, by the way, the only vacant base on the map.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's not a whole lot to work with. This is one of the more constrictive maps in that sense.
Yeah, yeah. Should maybe point out why Bunny wanted to play it here.
Yeah.
Oh, man. A couple Blinding Clouds coming down. The Banelings come in and kill one planetary.
Oh, he's going to save it.
Wow. Saving that one
That's
is
actually
absolutely
big.
beautiful.
That's really big.
Very, very nice.
Because that planetary is going to cover the command center.
By the way, I want to point out that the unit composition that Bunny is focusing on right now, oh god, that is a lot of Zerglings coming in. Surround the tanks immediately, but the planetary,
you know,
as well as the bio, pushes it back.
It's a little sloppy. A little slip-slop.
A little bit. So just real quick about this unit composition. Siege tank Ghost is not something that we see very often. The last time I recall seeing it was right before Bjorn went to the military. He had a little revival where he was playing really, really well.
Yeah.
And he was actually using some tank Ghost type play against Zerg, which was really kind of fascinating to see. Just like lots of tank siege up and utilizing the snipe, of course. Don't know if he's going to like continue to do that. That might just be what he's doing right now because he needs the tanks defensively, and obviously you have to go for Ghosts. But just kind of cool to see that pop up.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if he can make it work.
Yeah, it
right
seems
now.
like he's switching out of tanks at this point, though. Oh, no, there's another tank, but a Thor as well.
So he needs to, RagnaroK needs to either take out 12 o'clock or take out 9 o'clock here. But also important to note, RagnaroK is expanding now into the bottom left.
You know,
I feel like
he could just focus on denying that and he's fine.
Yeah, he just needs to deny one of the spots.
Yeah.
He does the deny.
Because I don't think he can really attack the cross right now. Look at these Blinding Clouds. Oh my god. Look at the amount of Banelings. These Ghosts can't even do anything. Just crazy.
Yeah. And I think the gameplay for here on out is to basically swoop in and obliterate everything. force the buildings to lift off, go back, make more, and do it again. And basically keep this about the Terran and not about the Zerg, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Keep this about Terran trying to stay in the game and not about Zerg defending bases. If you can leverage this position, you are going to probably win this out. Now, the dilemma here for the Zerg is that the Zerg needs to get some kind of a finisher. Like, let's say they take out 12 o'clock and then take out 9 o'clock, right? Something where it's too hard for the Terran to come back, and because we could get into a game where the Zerg attacks in and just trades out unfavorably over and over.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those, actually.
Yeah. It's becoming, a big theme in TVZ, and it seems like, especially Mario, but other Terrans as well, have occasionally just relied on, like, well, I can't kill them, but they also can't kill me, and they're going to spend more trying to kill me.
Yeah.
So maybe we should just kind of math it out that way.
I think that's a great way to approach late game TVZ right now. Definitely makes for longer games, but sometimes that's the right play. Now, here he comes once again. Brings in a lot of Corruptors this time. Nice EMPs go down, so not as many Blinding Clouds, but a little bit of help there. The Banelings just absurd in number once again.
Ridiculous looking right now.
Thor actually putting in some serious work here as well.
So it looks like RagnaroK's continuing to do what we were talking about, right? Now this is 111 supply to 170. And keep in mind, Zerg is going to be maxing out in under a minute here, just powering back up. Now, one critique, and we just caught it on camera, is like RagnaroK's not actually mining from that bottom left base, but the CC can't land at it either.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to go too far, but like maybe he doesn't want to mine from there because you can just drop it and harass it. I don't know. But, the fact of the matter is the Terran is just now mining off of 4 bases and trying to get a 5th over and over and over.
Just trying to re-land there right now, and just Ling Corruptor comes right in.
RagnaroK,
and ruins that party.
Yeah, some of these attacks, though, it's like you actually need to have Banes here.
Well, I mean, his money is not what it once was.
True.
Little attack coming down to try to kill that bottom left. I think he's just going to give it up, it looks like. Units started to move towards it and then turned around. He knew, couldn't quite get there in time.
So this does free up the bottom left. This is not going to go unnoticed. This is one of these games where like it's hard to have a base that somebody has that they don't know about. It's basically impossible at pro level. Like both players are completely cognizant of the entire map.
Yeah. I think only really 4-player maps we're seeing that ever happen on right now.
Yeah, I think so. All right, so he's going to try to fish him back over here into the tank fire again.
Nice micro here from Bunny. He is building his supply back up. RagnaroK having a hard time fully maxing.
Yeah.
He'll get there, though.
Queens are coming in here.
Nice pick off. Okay. Loses a ghost.
I feel like he should just fully pull back. I don't know how long you want to just take free damage.
Ooh, Parasitic Bomb so good in this situation.
Yeah.
Really want to see him repair. Ooh, 11 Broodlords morphing, but there are multiple Thors being made as well as ghosts, and this is one of the ways that we do see the Turtle Terrans end up winning is if you overcommit with the Broods.
So, a couple thoughts. I think the Broodlords would have been good a little bit earlier. I think after he forced it to lift the first time. I think he basically tried to run underneath the CC too many times in a row. Oh boy.
Tries to dive on the hatchery, doesn't get it. Worst case scenario.
All right, a lot of these tanks going down. Could make some openings here for these Banes. Where's the Overseer? I guess he doesn't have one.
All right, some of them coming up now. All right, good defense overall. This bottom left, unable to get rid of it right now. Does have a lot of drones down there. That has to be a top priority, right? Like, obviously, top priority is not losing one of your bases, but then you you really do have to end one of the corner bases. And this one seems to be the obvious one. Just after the drones first. All right, nice pick on. Pathogen glands coming up as well as +1 air.
And how many minerals are actually in the center left base? Do you know?
Oh, it's low, man.
It's got to be
lost
super
half the
low.
patches there already, yeah.
So, I think, honestly, because also the third base is almost mined out. I think it's almost mathematically impossible for Terran to win this.
You think so?
Yeah. Do you disagree? I feel like Zerg has still got enough minerals at the 2 upper right bases.
Well, I definitely think that right now RagnaroK is favored, but the actual compositions that we have, we could see like a massively favorable trade towards Bunny, because there's like a lot of Broodlords, and I saw him add like 7 more Corruptors as well.
Yeah.
Right, so Thor Ghost can beat that stuff if it moves forward too far. I think this decides it right here.
All right, let's see. This is a very clumped army up here.
Those blinding clouds.
It's looking pretty good for these Banes.
Yeah, the Bane's getting in on top of absolutely everything. My
Whoa.
God.
Oh my God, and there's so much more to boot still. The planetary is going to go down.
Okay, he's going to clear the broods, right? Like, there's nothing, there's no anti-air here.
Yeah. But again, Terran's just not really mining, man.
Yeah, his
Look at the
income is very poor.
It's about 700 minerals-ish to 450-ish gas. Zerg just has more. Like, this counterattack, you could try. You could try Artosis, but I mean, I would just imagine the Zerg could simply make Zerglings alone and kind of overpower it.
Yeah, it might be the case. Well, there's not that much in the bank, and if you look at army supply, it's actually not that different, although it's more efficient army supply for Zerg.
Well, he's going to get 5 Ultras. He's got Queens
Yeah, that's
to
scary.
transfuse. Terran.
Yeah, I don't think Bunny really has much left in the tank.
Yeah, I think this was a masterful play of the map here from RagnaroK. I think you really...
Remember this started with that Roach attack that got just bopped because he went way across the map and Concussive Shell Marauders like wrecked? Remember that?
Yeah.
That's how we started. Just throwing that out.
I was there.
No, you
not in spirit, Jason. All right, another huge attack comes in, this time with Corruptors here to combat the air. Lings and Banes clean up the ground. The last Thor falls.
Yeah, it doesn't even bother picking them up at this point. Vikings trying to fight against these Corruptors. Everything got to be on fire. Bunny with nothing left over. RagnaroK gonna finish this off 2-0.
This is over. Bunny is done, man. The few units he has are holed up back in his main, or natural, I guess you should say. There's an idle ghost town expansion here in the bottom left. It's not being used. Still enough minerals to soak up here on the map, as well as enough gas for RagnaroK to make this I think a very easy closer.
Yeah.
All that RagnaroK has to do is wait for that command center to land again and try to take another fight. And it's easy enough to just defend this bottom left location so that it can't be mined from. So I think we're basically going to see Bunny run out of steam.
Yeah.
And kind of fizzle up and die.
He's got 16 workers. He's like, there's no real income coming. Those deals will help, but that's never going to be enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he can do.
I think right now RagnaroK is just working up his supply. Oh, that was the slowest turning tank turret ever. Yeah, I think RagnaroK here just works up his supply, gets what he thinks, crushes it easily, and goes.
Look at this. He's even just going to send a hatchery over here. The drones had to draw straws for that. Okay, I'm a little bit stunned that this many mules have landed and he didn't attack in right now. Kind of feels like this is the only moment to do it. If there was any way that Bunny could come back now, it's if mules just keep landing on this base and
Yeah,
I think
he
sometimes
sucks it dry.
I feel like RagnaroK doesn't realize how ahead he is.
That could be. I mean, games like this can get a little bit confusing. You know, your
We've all been
opponent's
there.
trading way more efficiently and everything. Look at these Corruptors. It's like a pure Marauder army. The Corruptors just come in and kill the Medivacs. No chance.
Yeah, I feel like what he needs to do is just take everything that he has, like almost literally, and just send it to the bottom left. This is actually kind of crazy to me. He has enough gas to make Banes.
Yeah.
Blow up. It's a planetary, right? At the bottom left, or is it an orbital?
I believe it's just an orbital. Oh, it is planetary. Never mind.
Apology accepted.
Well, it's even easier to kill then.
Yeah. Just make Banes and blow it up.
Yeah.
This is actually wild to me because I think Bunny might. Maybe not. It's what, 140 supply to 98.
Yeah, he's making a bunch of brutes now too. So wherever he wants to attack, I think it's going to be difficult to hold. But look at the army supply.
Yeah.
It's not that different.
86 to 95. You know, I'll put this out here right now. It's possible that RagnaroK attacks the bottom left, screws it up, and then this game goes on and Bunny maybe wins.
That is possible.
That is possible. I thought we were kind of past that.
Well, it looked like Bunny was dead. He was sitting on like 70 supply for a long time there.
Yeah.
And that's just not very much.
So, I mean, this is a lot of resources taken up here.
He's getting burrow, 28-minute burrow research. That's going to change it.
Well, I'll tell you, man, if you can start to burrow at these bases that, you know, if they get lifted off again, man, force away one mule. So a couple Marines are going to come up here and try to get something done. They will not get much done. So slowly, Terran's crawling back into this. By the way, guys, on the mini-map, all the bases are mined out, except for this one that we're looking at right now that Zerg has.
Yeah, yeah, and
so
of course, bottom left.
I might be wrong, but man, I feel like this was almost over until it wasn't.
Well, I respect trying to get to a point where you feel like you can't lose, but it did feel like he had an opportunity for a little bit to finish Bunny.
Yeah, I mean, 100% he did.
But the thing is that I keep looking at, like, don't look at the actual supply, look at the army supply. It's the same.
Sure.
And when that's like highly microvolt Terran units versus attack moving Zerg units, you get very efficient. More Vikings.
So much gas here for the Zerg, man.
Oh my god.
Oh, dude.
That can be a game changer right there.
Okay, so we're just gonna leave this over here. Next time the army comes up, it's gonna be go fungal yourself. All right, so he has a lot of gas to sink into Banes.
Do you think with like the way the game is, where it's getting very low on resources, are Banes the right way to go?
I don't know. I mean, if you want to win a fight, but then again, if you have enough Corruptors, you can shoot down the Medivacs. Yeah, maybe. I guess the thing is, you know, if the Banes come in and then they connect on to, like, you know, Marauders and stuff, and it's not efficient. I'm kind of stunned we're at this state. This is, like, really exciting.
Yeah.
So he's going to chase him away. How many games do we have where the whole map is actually mined out? It's almost never happened. We get it to where they have one base left, but
yeah, a lot of times there'll be something that they're fighting over, and whoever wins it kind of wins. But yeah, I mean, sometimes PvZ and TvZ.
So now Terran's making tanks, because I think Terran's decided it's probably about time to push.
You think? I don't think he'll push. I think going on creep is the one way 100%.
Yeah, no, you're right. That was actually dumb of me to say. No, he wouldn't push here.
Ah, that's what the tank is for.
Yeah.
I love it.
Now, I don't even think it matters if he loses that many drones here. He has so many drones. Yeah.
There's not many minerals left, honestly.
Yeah.
But picking off anything right now is super valuable.
What am I watching?
The most efficient stuff you've ever seen. Those drones want those minerals so bad.
All right, get him!
Okay, clears that out.
By the way, Terran is very much more upgraded air-wise. Zerg's just got +1 air attack.
I don't think these Marauders can kill all the drones before they get all the minerals.
I was wondering that, man.
There's so many pads.
Maybe you want your supply freed up anyways. Well, there's almost no more minerals to mine from in the game, by the way.
No one's going to max out, man.
Yeah, they literally can't.
What you see is what you get. I think Bunny's going to take this straight up.
I think so. This doesn't feel right, though. This feels like he had it and then he didn't. Like RagnaroK, that is.
Well, that is oftentimes the way in StarCraft, isn't it? Hard game.
I am so confused as to why he didn't try to take a fight at the bottom left. It's like he had the game. The Terran was mined out. Terran's like, well, I'll land here and land mules. And Zerg's like, whoa, 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 man. You're the boss. Don't hurt me.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Did you say mules? I'm sorry. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. RagnaroK, I think at this point, right, he's got no more money. He can't kill Bunny.
I think there's no way with all the splash damage.
I think literally we're almost out of minerals on the map when Bunny finishes bottom left. He's got like a handful of things that could hit a floating building.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of Vikings here, man.
He's going to go for it. Here we go. Lightning clouds come down. Really good fungals. Hold up.
Yeah, really good fungals.
It looks like the Vikings are going to win the air fight.
Yeah, and I mean, as soon as you kill all the anti-air, the best RagnaroK could get is draw, but he can't get that.
Wow, dude, that's crazy. What a game.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Really thought RagnaroK was going to be able to take that one. But Bunny, he held on. The turtle style as Terran is just so strong. And, you know, Zergs spend so much of their giant income that they gain keeping Terran in check, forcing Terran back, that sometimes you get a game like that.
Yeah.
Where it really looks like Zerg domination, but it's like they can't actually finish them.
What a great game, honestly. The map basically mined out.
Yeah. There was almost no minerals in the bottom left. Almost zero.
Well, looks like Bunny's going to take a short restroom break here.
Needed, I think.
Yeah. I feel like I need a restroom break after that.
Yeah. I feel like I need a nap.
And yeah, let's see what happens as we go into game 3 here. It's going to be the last game in the round of 10. I don't think you can ask for a more interesting endgame than that. But I do think that that was kind of thrown there by RagnaroK at the end.
Maybe.
It's hard to call.
If he
I
threw
don't know
everything
for sure.
he had into bottom left, it didn't feel like Bunny was going to be able to reclaim it.
I think so. Well,
Maybe.
it's like the whole game seemed to be set up where, all right, well, Terran is going to have a hard time fully utilizing these bases. I'm Zerg. I've got more of the map.
Yeah.
I've got the top right. I've got the bottom left. And basically, RagnaroK was doing that. And, you know, maybe it's easy for us to say because we see the whole map. We see that there's, like, almost no more minerals left at all.
Yeah.
But Bunny just went to the bottom left, landed it with an orbital. Mind you, Zerg was still mining some stuff there. And then he literally mined out the bottom left, and it was never contested.
Yeah. Well, that's what gave him enough to actually hold on and end up winning that game.
Yeah.
So RagnaroK probably kicking himself a little bit.
Well, why would he not just send everything down there and then mine from that base? He's like, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to mine from the base that has no minerals in it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, he clearly did not want to fight. Like, I think he thought that he needed to make, like, a much bigger, better army. And, yeah, he definitely lost his timing, you know.
Yeah.
The Terran army scales up a little bit better in that, like, Supreme Light game.
Well, you kind of see the difference between... And look, RagnaroK's very good, but you see the difference between a RagnaroK and then, like, a Rogue/Dark.
Oh, Dark would have...
Where it's like, Dark would have just literally, you know, mounted so much pressure there.
Dude,
and closed that out perfectly.
If you gave Dark that position, like, Bunny's DNA would have split apart and he would have just been mush on the floor.
Yeah. Okay, 2,000 atmospheres. Game 3, final game. Let's do this. Bunny and RagnaroK. Are we going to have an insane epic game? Are we going to have cheese? Anything's possible right now with these two.
Yeah. I mean, they might be a little bit tired at this point. We're getting a little bit later into the night. That was a long, tough game.
Bunny flew in from Spain last night. He's tired. He's missing tapas. Guys, let's go to game 3.
Team NV, Bunny.
Bunny.
Alpha X, RagnaroK.
So this is the first game that RagnaroK's gonna go for hatch first.
Oh yeah, look at that. It's like, well, Bunny's really here to play, whether he can take my spot or not.
Yeah.
Let's play a little bit more greedily.
I don't imagine we're gonna have anything too aggressive from Bunny. I guess we did actually have Marauder Hellbat.
Yep.
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes these things that seem like they're gonna kind of highlight the entire early game and everything throughout turn out to be almost, you know, irrelevant by the time you get a game like game 2 back there.
Yeah, yeah. You know, sometimes you have openers where you're like, ooh, this could go sharply in one direction, but the longer a game gets, the more things that can go right and wrong for both players, right?
Yeah.
And so you get these positions where you're just like, dude, how did we even get here? You know? StarCraft is really like real life, man. How the hell are you and I sitting here right now?
It's crazy. Well, we
Yeah.
mined out the whole map before StarCraft 2 came out. We
Yeah,
just
that's
sat
true.
here. That's how we did it, Artos.
No one could attack
We
us.
came in Korea and basically landed our orbital over at that bottom left base and just hoped
Yeah.
that nobody else would take it. And there we are.
Oh, Reaper coming out. SCV did do the primary scouting as well, seeing that it was hatchery first. RagnaroK insta takes that third. No blocking from a Reaper or anything. That's kind of nice.
And so now we wait and see what kind of tech is going to come here from Bunny. Could we have RagnaroK do a Nidus, maybe? It feels like sometimes he's addicted to Niduses. It's like the spice in Dune. And then other times he's just not.
He was, but I feel like we haven't seen it as much now.
I feel like it was season 1 we had several games of it.
We had a lot of proxy hatch from him for sure.
Man, I can't believe. I feel like we almost never get a game like that last game. Like we're really everything's almost mined out. Usually it's like one guy gets the last base and it ends.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I go years without casting a game like that, literally.
Maybe. I guess I don't look at that, what we just saw, very differently from one where we get down to one base that they fight over and that decides it. Like I look at those two games almost exactly the same.
I guess for me, just seeing that much of the map mined out, it's
Yeah.
like, well, this is how far a game can go on this map. We've been to the edge of the earth. We know it's there.
Yeah. I think this year we did have one game that fully mined. I'm trying to... Maybe that was the last year. God, there's so much StarCraft, it's hard to remember every particular thing.
This has been a funny thing that's happened with us is we've casted so many games now that
Yeah.
a lot of them kind of mush together in our brains.
Yeah, we're literally over 4,000 GSL matches at this point.
Yeah.
And those are like best of threes and best of fives, best sevens in there.
Yeah. Not to mention all the other stuff we did.
Oh wait, no.
In Korea now.
Is that games or is that best of matches?
It's games.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
So
actually, I don't know.
over 4,000 games.
Yeah, but then you count all the other stuff we've done.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's not our fault, guys.
All right, so Stim is coming here, and it does look like right now Bunny's going to go for just a much more ordinary opener. And that seems to be the case as well here for RagnaroK.
Bit more powering from Bunny. RagnaroK, that Baneling Nest. Gonna shore up his defenses a bit. And I guess we'll see a couple Evos go down, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Like it looks like it's going to be that way. Like probably Ling Bane, maybe into Ling Bane Hydra.
I think he's just gonna go Ling Bane Muto like he did in the last game.
He could.
I think that worked out so much better than this game. RagnaroK just isn't that good with these kind of like, I think these armies where we see Dark use a lot to great effect.
Almost no one is actually.
Yeah, well,
Dark is like the only good macro Roach guy. Well, I guess Rogue has shown that he can. But I feel like when other people go macro Roach, they just like get wrecked. It's like, hey, those don't hit up.
Yeah.
It's like, haha. Yeah, this feels more like a Ling Bane Hydra. Excuse me, Ling Bane Hydra to me. Let's see though.
Yeah, you might be right. We'll see. We'll know for sure when the double Evo chamber finishes up
It
here.
feels like the Spire might be just slightly late, but I could be wrong on that. You might be wrong. Like, I like Muta a lot better than the Hydra, to be honest. I think it's a lot stronger.
I prefer it. I think it makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, well, this is, you know.
There's more mobility. The Hydra's like, I mean, they're all right, but...
Well, it just seems like with the Hydras, like, you have to, like, know exactly when they're weak and make it work. Like, and if you make it work, it's very, very strong. But if not, it's like, well, you lost the game because of that, you know? Even with Ling Muta, you can, like, overextend and then be like, oh, I'm overextending and run back out. Now,
Yeah,
we get to see this time around Bunny do a push so far uncontested. So let's see how this one goes. RagnaroK should be able to hold it, but don't count Bunny's micro out just yet.
No Baneling speed yet.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing for holding the push off.
Certainly.
Counterattack!
Ooh, very quick reaction, though, here from Bunny.
Oh, that was funny. He's like, nah, let him in. Okay, now again, watch those Banes. They're not rolling yet.
No.
Probably about 20 seconds out for that upgrade.
The Marine's getting some significant damage done.
So close to finishing, though.
Yeah, you should be able to clean it out pretty quickly once that's done.
Yeah, so 5 more seconds and
Bunny pulling back preemptively. He's going to see those Banes rolling and know that he needs to back up.
Yeah, might try to target the hatchery. Oh, Bane's here, ready to counterattack.
Yeah, the flank is not going to bode well here for Bunny.
I like the positioning of the Hellbats, though.
Oh, I'm surprised he doesn't just go and flank.
Well, it's kind of... Oh.
Okay. Well, that is a quick retreat right there.
Yeah,
got to give it to Bunny there.
But at the same time... Wait, where'd the Marines go?
They're dead.
I guess they did. It's kind of a funny moment. Bunny's like, now I'll do my iconic 2 tanks in the medevac escape move instead of push.
Yeah, we don't see that one.
Yeah.
All right, brings it back to his reinforcements, continuing this rally push.
Okay, gonna shave off some queens here. Has to make sure you can target down those Banes. Now, I want to point out, there's a chance RagnaroK's getting a little bit too crazy with the counterattacks.
Yeah, and not just that, like, well, RagnaroK has a really good drone count right now, and he's trying to just hold this with Ling Bane, but his Ling Bane count is not that high. I mean, half a supply apiece, so even though the army supply looks low, it's still reasonable. But I feel like Bunny is whittling him down, like, pretty well.
Okay, chases this back a little bit more. Oh man, this is getting so hard. Thing is, like, this hatchery's at half health. It's easy to forget with all this other stuff happening, but like, this hatchery will die eventually if he doesn't actually knock these tanks off position. RagnaroK with the counters again here. I mean, we're starting to see the queen count thin out. Oh, kind of sloppiness a little bit on both sides there for RagnaroK. Now he's going to stim it. He's going to go for it.
Can he actually power it down?
Well, RagnaroK says he can because he's abandoning it.
It looks that way. Well, he is taking the bottom right, so yeah, he's giving it up. Hive has been started. Still did not choose another tech route, so it looks like he will go directly into Ultra from here. As 2-2 finishes up, that's going to be fantastic for him. Being up 2 upgrades with Bling Bane against Marine. Very, very strong.
So he took out that base. RagnaroK's grown into the bottom right. Good save over here. It's kind of funny. It's like Terran can just get to have this spot over here in the top center.
Yeah, I guess.
This is a funny game, Artosis.
Yeah, it's.
I feel like there's some of the symptoms of the end of the last game were happening with RagnaroK in this game. Where I'm like, well, you could just go kill that, you know?
Yeah, it felt like when he had the flank set up, but then he chose to counterattack.
Yeah.
I felt like that was an opportune time. Everything was getting very low at that point. Well, he finally does flank, knocks that out. Bunny trying to keep some pressure on up there, but that area not really mattering that much, to be honest. Bottom right is going to be the new area.
Oh, look at this siege tank. I'm your worst nightmare.
It's a cute little ledge right there.
Yeah, for a second I actually thought it was like kind of medium ground, like that, like it was in between.
Yeah, I've casted a million games on this map.
Yeah,
and I haven't seen a tank siege right there on that little ledge.
Now you know, that's what it was designed for.
Might have been,
actually. Mapmaker had that in mind. Bunny pushes through the bottom right. And now we really want to watch the center right here. 3 o'clock is an important position.
Yes, indeed it is. The Liberator comes in and starts to do some damage to the drones there. More hatches being taken, but Bunny's on top of them. Well, not anymore as the Banelings roll in.
Okay. Takes that out. Now it's going to come down to, I guess the center right base is going to live, you know? Doesn't seem like it could be contested at all.
Yeah.
We're getting into a pretty dramatic late game here, Artosis.
Yeah, can he hold on to this 12 o'clock base, though? His rocks are still there. The creep spread not that fantastic. Runs in and actually gets a great surround. Oh, my God, yeah.
He's got more than enough to take this.
A lot of command centers being made by Bunny. He might get into that turtle mode once again. It is a possibility. Few Hydras are being added right now, by the way, but not until after Hive. So I assume he's going to get into Lurker.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I guess you could just have a group of Hydras and utilize the Vipers with them, use some yoinks and everything.
I think it's going to be Lurker.
One thing I have to say that I liked about RagnaroK in the previous game that I haven't seen as much from the other top Zergs in Korea. Lots of blinding clouds, like more than most people.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, Dark likes Parasitic Bomb. Rogue really likes Abduct. And to see Blinding Cloud used a bit more there was really, really strong, too. Like, he was just busting positions because of it. Love to see the variety. Wouldn't mind to see that again.
Yeah, I agree. All right, 3-3 is about to finish up. Those Banes are going to pack a little more punch. Speaking of which, we're getting to the point where a comical amount of Banelings are going to be made. Now, is it possible that RagnaroK ends up, unfortunately, navigating this game into the same position as the last one? It is. Ooh, Bunny, great control.
Okay, yeah. Spire is on the way as Viper's against this. Ooh. Viper's coming out, but he gets away. No Parasitic Bomb this time. Maybe still. Oh, Blinding Cloud's going down once again. Really preferring that.
Okay, nice. Takes the base out.
Forces a cancel on the other one as well.
You know, Bunny's got a lot more to work with here, though.
Yeah. Still 71 workers. 91 here for Rag.
And Bunny's going to try to fight back all the way up here. Eye for an eye this game. But this is a dicey push. There's a lot of Banes being made. But he's committed. He's going to siege up. He's got the Liberators up here as well.
Yeah, Ling's kind of surrounding everything, though. Liberator's going to help to clean that up. He's trying to roll through those liberation zones. Very sloppy from RagnaroK here.
All right, Bane's going to come down now, try to connect with these SCVs. That was a big blow to Bunny because it seems like he both lost a base in that, you know, when he was hit, and then he lost his army in the counterattack. I think kind of underestimating his position in this game. Hey, dude, it's the bro from the last game.
Oh my God.
He's just using it right now. He's like, you know what? Now Bunny's going to come up again. Can he actually get rid of this base? This is kind of an insane push, to be honest.
Liberation zones are helping quite a bit.
These Hydras say, no, you cannot. It's kind of funny. He just harpoons whatever's over there and pulls it in closer.
It's a good micro, though. Using those liberation zones to kind of cover him. Some minions come in. They do get picked off. Some good connections, though. By the way, RagnaroK has re-expanded to that bottom right base. So even if he loses this one, might be able to get some drones in the bottom right.
Now this hatch is going to go down. The drones are going to have to evacuate. I think we may end up with a tension seesawing over here to the bottom right.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, because every time he tries to attack into this area now, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, more creep on either side.
So Terran can keep mining this over here. Maybe it's going to be RagnaroK kind of in Bunny's position from the last game. He might end up getting kind of starved.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. RagnaroK is definitely not being very efficient this game. Sling Banes have been getting grinded down quite a bit, but still he's got like 30% more income. So he can afford to be a little bit wasteful right now. But as Bunny starts to turtle up a little bit, we see Ghosts coming out, some more tanks. I do get a little bit fearful for him.
These guys make for some pretty insane games, man.
Yeah, they're well matched.
Now, once again, another pickup over here. Does bleed off a couple of those Marines and Marauders. Bottom right, by the way, RagnaroK's just been sitting there soaking it up. Decent defense here as well. It's not like it's, you know, simply because it hasn't been attacked. RagnaroK actually has stuff to fight over here.
Nice parasitic bomb goes down. Just kills multiple medevacs.
So funny.
Scans get rid of that, and oh, nice pick off right there with the Hydras.
Yeah, nice catch there as well. It's weird. I feel like Bunny's getting these big wins, and then he bleeds off a big chunk of his army.
Yeah, like, I mean, we just saw like 20 supply go away.
Ghost cloaking is coming here. I gotta say, I really like the push into this base. Not even the top far left one, but the one right to the right of that. You kind of get the other base back there for free if you can hold this one. And you can also push and hit the top center as well in the process.
Oh, that would be very strong.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, anywhere you can hold. I guess he just took like the little kind of miniature base that has the rich gas at it.
Right.
So like to hold that, if he tries to take these top left bases, it makes a lot more sense than seesawing to the bottom right now.
Yeah.
It really does.
Nice denial. So, I mean, at this point in time, Bunny actually has more. Zerg cannot win. It's not the other way around. You know, it's not like, you know, apples and oranges. Like, oh, this guy's got more of the map. The way the two races function, Zerg has to have more of the map.
Yeah,
to
well,
be
if you're playing
viable.
like this, 100%,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
You could play, theoretically, like a different style, like a Lurker, Viper type thing. More spellcasters and stuff, and maybe be even or even slightly down, but yeah, when you're playing like this with like Mass Bane Ling running in everywhere, absolutely.
So, I mean, there's not much else to say. If Zerg doesn't actually start to try to take control of this game, Zerg is just going to dry up and die. I mean, now that being said, I think there's, you know, for instance, this spot we're looking at right here, this is a good place to attack into. There's not that much here. But I do feel like RagnaroK might, he seems to have this kind of like late game paralysis where he like overestimates the Terran a lot, like what happened in the last game, and I feel like we're seeing a little bit of it. Not right now, because I think now Terran is too strong, but I think before. I really, in my head, go back to the first push that kind of kicked the game off. And we saw like huge numbers of Lynx counterattacking where it's like, just surround his tanks and win, man. Like, what are we doing? He has 3 tanks here.
Well, I think he would have held onto that base much more cleanly.
Yeah,
he
well, he would have just held onto the base and the game would have gone on. Instead, he like...
Yeah, he does like his counterattacks. I mean...
Well, yeah, but you know, there really is an art to knowing when to counterattack and how much to counterattack with. And he was counterattacking with way more.
I see what you're saying, yeah. By the way, we are really getting deep into this game right now, right? We're starting to get Spore Fields, the second Spire, Brutes coming out, +3 missile attacks.
Okay, Brood Lords are going to come out.
So Bunny, by the way, gets those top 3, top left 3 bases, like basically for free, because RagnaroK now, after taking these bases, is just sending everything down here and starting to push. He does need to clear that command center that's just to the south here, and pushing everything back here is going to help him do that.
Can he get the snipes off here? Here we go.
Yeah, not a lot of detection right there.
Yeah.
Sears coming over.
Dude, this is an insane hold from Bunny. So, Zerg's going to try to push up with the spores. Creep tumors coming up here.
And look at this turtling from Bunny, man. Like, he is getting the armor upgrades as well as 2 more factories. Thors, Liberators, a nuke.
Yeah, I think the nuke is a good idea, especially against what we're looking at right now.
Like, Thor, Ghost, Liberator, some Siege Tanks, some Marine Marauder Medevac. That is a composition that Zergs are having a very hard time going in and killing. This is my favorite of when we use nukes to clear creep.
Yes.
Get wrecked, creep.
Where's your creep tumor god now? So he's going to make planetaries at all these other bases in the top left because it's hard for the Zerg to cost efficiently come in here. I think Bunny is beating RagnaroK at his own game in the last game, to be honest.
Sorry, say that
Just
again?
taking the whole map and kind of, you know, making it hard to kind of play an econ game. By the way, 12 o'clock should be drained. 3 o'clock should almost be drained.
A lot of damage being put out with those snipes, but not finishing them yet. Down goes the planetary. This is the weirdest type of ocean, by the way. Everything floats up. It's like pieces of metal break and they float up to the surface.
Yeah.
What is this water? Like, what type of super heavy water is this? Is there a type of water that's heavier than metal? Like, mercury is liquid.
Yeah, it would depend
but it's
on,
not heavier than metal.
It would depend on the gravity of the planet that we're on.
Maybe that has something to do with it, but then if there's not enough gravity, doesn't like the water go into the sky too, or something like that?
Depends on what kind of water this is. This might not be normal H2O.
Listen, I'm a little bit of an expert on space since I saw those pictures from the new Super Hubble telescope.
Oh, are those cool?
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, I haven't checked them out yet. That's my story. Now you cast. Yeah. Now you go. By the way, 4 patches remaining at 12 o'clock. So this is probably, especially with the way that this is just mass Brood Lords, this is probably going to be all about the bottom right here. I don't think the Zerg's going to be trying to attack it in the top left.
Seems like he's not going to bother. Although it feels like if he swings up there real quick, Zerg is quicker on creep going between this point and top left than Terran is going the long way around with his units. So I feel like there's some missed opportunities of rotating back and forth for RagnaroK where he could potentially get some damage. Oh, look at that. The mass liberation zones.
You can get it. Yeah, you can get a tank there and hit that hatchery. If I'm Bunny, I'm landing all my mules at the top left.
Oh, yes.
You're just take mules as much as you can.
Yeah, suck out minerals from everywhere. noise. Like, the changelings just all march in. Now he's got Mass Broodlord Infestor, the way that God intended StarCraft to be played.
Yeah, how we always end up back at this point amazes me.
No matter how many nerfs these
No matter
units
how
get,
many times they try to change these units.
Yes, this is a good comp.
Yes. Okay. Liberation zone's coming down.
Dude, that is a lot of Broodlords.
All right, can he actually come out here and try to fight through this? He is basically wiping all the broodlings, at least for now.
But, I mean, he's getting damage with the initial volleys.
Yeah.
So even if you like aren't losing anything to the broodlings, you're losing things to the broods themselves.
Is this base mined out?
Yeah. Well, I guess there's like a little...
Yeah.
There's like a quarter on the ground there if you want to count that.
Now, I wonder in moments like this, is it better for Terran to just try to loop around to the top and go into the main or something? You want to try to meet them where they're at over here?
Oh. I mean, I think very slowly pushing is probably the right play. Just try to push him back. Any denial you can do, like the closest place you can deal damage as Bunny is those mineral patches. Notice how there's no drones there. Like, he's playing the game of denying one base now that we saw RagnaroK playing previously.
It's funny, it can be misleading. You look at it and you're like, this is the Zerg pushing it. It's like, actually the Zerg's trying to make it so that he can mine from his own base.
Yeah.
Terran's actually the one with the foothold here, and Zerg's trying to break free.
EMPs go down, nice fumble there.
This is going to be another 30-minute game. We're almost there.
Oh, at least, Tasteless. At least. We're not mined out yet. There's a lot to be done. 5K, 7K for Bunny.
Dude,
5K, 4K.
he has no overseer here. He's going to hit the drones. He's going to hit the drones.
Where?
And the hatchery's really low. Up, 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 up. In the middle, yeah.
He's not going to hit anything.
Sorry.
He damaged the spore.
He literally, it was the most anticlimactic thing ever.
Yeah. He did it.
He did it. It worked.
It worked. I can't even remember what that was about.
That was In Control making fun of me because I talked about like faking. Someone did a fake Dropper Lord play with Banes.
Yeah.
And then like he made it look like it was empty, and so then they all came back, and then I'm like, it worked. And then they like killed one probe. And Jeff was off camera just yelling at me, making fun of me while I'm trying to cast this.
Oh, good times.
All right. What about the other part of the map?
All right. Well, he's going for a counterattack. Nothing else has seemed to work. What is in there?
Who knows?
I think it's two ghosts. I think he was trying to boost in
it's
and
Bunny,
EMP.
It's two smaller tanks. Bunny learned how to upgrade the units to be smaller, and so Bunny has
that's
two
level
tanks
2
in there.
smaller.
Yeah, it's level 2 small in there.
You gotta get
moving
level 3
around.
though. Imagine dropping 8 tanks out of the medevac.
8 mini tanks.
You
They're
put them all on
little
the
action figures.
Reaper jump ledge and siege them, like everything dies.
They're little action figure sized tanks that deal full damage.
We gotta cast like that old Micro Machines guy. Remember him?
Micro Machines
Mike,
guy?
you remember the Micro Machines ads from when we were kids? That the
Oh,
guy
vaguely.
spoke super fast.
Oh yeah.
He was the world champion of speed speaking, and Micro Machines hired him to be their spokesman.
Yeah, man. That guy made it, dude.
That's the gig right there.
That guy's
You think
goated.
that we are doing some weird job, man? That guy.
No, ours was some kind of crazy prison planet where we had to cast Broodlord Infestor until we're dead forever.
I was promised this wouldn't happen anymore.
Blizzard said they would fix us eventually. All right, so he's going to try to nuke him.
Ooh, he might damage some overlords.
Oh, but what about these spores?
Nah, they'll get out of there, man. Look how quick they run. Their little spore legs are running.
Watch how long this is actually going to take for this drone to kill a tank.
Dude, Bunny is hunting, man. And he's going to get him, too. He's got so much more bang.
He's on a rampage right now.
So this is the answer to the matchup. I remember Mario was screwing around with this like 3 years ago, like Thor Liberator, but now Bunny just has some ghosts in there and it works fine.
Well, he's killed part of it.
I say it works fine and then he just gets wrecked. Look at these spores falling.
It's almost as if when you have broodlings as physical objects on the ground, it becomes too strong. You know what I mean?
It sounds like crazy talk. The Thors are anti-air, but what about anti-ground? Oh god, they're getting soft.
They're getting red.
Okay, so they're both completely out of money now.
Does Zerg actually win this?
Dude, I don't know.
I can't even believe it. I can't believe it.
Hold on. Bunny still has plenty of army. He's making 7 Thors tasteless. You think those can kill 7 more?
Let's also keep in mind, dude, that drone's still going at it, man. Dude, look at that's what +3 armor on a tank does.
You know what that little drone
literally
is?
it's minutes to kill a tank.
Dude, yeah.
To be honest with you, I didn't know it was minutes.
It's minutes. And that drone, that drone is creator, man. He's been working on that tank for 10 years.
Yeah.
He's gonna get it too.
All right, so the Thors are out. It's now or never.
Oh, good EMPs. Really high quality EMPs. Okay, let's see it. Okay, EMPs everything. Those infestors are garbage. They're like paperweights, but much worse because they won't even hold down paper.
Okay, so he's starting to kill this off. I think he did it. There's justice after all.
Bunny with the fist pump.
My God. My God, man. What a way to end the evening.
Yeah. Now, I'm fairly certain I know, because he seems very happy, so it's making me second guess myself that he took over RagnaroK's second place. But I believe it goes points as a tiebreaker before a head-to-head. But I guess we're about to learn exactly how that goes.
GG. Both these guys exhausted after that, man.
Yeah. Well, RagnaroK put out some good games, but it is getting harder and harder to kill Terran players.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Bunny, though, really controlling the map. Divide and conquer. RagnaroK fought back fiercely. Again, somehow we always end up with Broodlord Infestor no matter how they try to fix the game, man.
Dude.
It's so funny.
Yeah, you have to literally remove one of the units.
I think so. All right, guys, interview time. How's Bunny feeling? Let's find out.
Wow, in a long neck-and-neck match, Bunny defeats RagnaroK, and he's the overall second place of Group B. Congratulations, Bunny. Thank you. Wow, Bunny, we were wondering if you can actually make it to GSL in time. But today, you acquire 3 wins and you advance to second place. How do you feel? You know, I was seriously thinking that I'm really grateful for even having the opportunity to compete today, let alone advancing. And I think I was really fortunate. And I'm really happy to have acquired 2 wins today. But it was a hard-fought victory. Very neck-and-neck one. And what kind of things did you, what kind of point did you try to focus on in that match? I always throw my games, usually. I've been practicing the TVZ matches a lot, but during tournaments, I always rush things, and I tend to get nervous and then throw my games. And you know, I have not been practicing these days, and I think that has actually helped me play today against RagnaroK. And yeah, you know, things went really according to plan today. But you're saying that even though you didn't practice, you tend to think more about the game and analyze the game. So from now on, are you going to increase the amount of time about thinking about the game, not practicing? I mean, I've been practicing 3 to 4 years for the past 3 to 4 years, and I think I really need to emphasize thinking about the game rather than playing it. And I think that's going to help me in the long term.
억지로 좀 연습하다 보니까 항상 좀 그랬던 것 같은데 이제 알았으니까 노력해야죠.
So now that I know this, I'm gonna have to try extra harder.
확진과 컨디션 난조.
So Bunny, a lot of misfortunes got in your way. COVID and getting locked up insane. But despite that, you acquired a victory today. So now that you're advancing as the second place of Group B, you're going to move on to the winners bracket where you'll be playing against Maru. So it's gonna be TVT next match. So anything you want to say before this TVT match?
이번에 좀 그 걱정이랑 좀 많이 위로를 많이 받았어요.
So you know, I made lots of people worry, and you know, I've made them very sad.
연습 도와주신 분들에게 정말 감사합니다.
But I want to thank all the players who helped me with the stream and practice. And what about the match against Maru?
스승이라고 생각하고 있거든요.
You know, I think of Maru as my master and myself as a disciple.
최대한 열심히 한번.
So I'm going to learn a lot from him in my upcoming match. Right, once again, Bunny, congratulations on your win today. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. What a hell of a night, man.
Yeah, and I guess at the end of it, it actually, the head-to-head did trump on everything. So Bunny will end up going ahead. Oh, wait. 3-1, 2. Okay. Well, that just makes sense. Never mind. Anyways, I think we should show this.
I love that you put that out there.
Yeah.
We're like, we could just wait until the screen comes. I wasn't gonna mess with it. I'm like, I don't know.
Well,
I'm still not gonna
try to
navigate
keep track,
this format.
but I'm glad that we only show up for 3 seconds twice during the show, so that I really can't understand what's going on. But I think I can. Okay. Anyways, Bunny goes to that winners match. As we heard, Creator and Cure are out of here. So that makes 3 Zergs, 2 Terrans, and a Protoss all advancing.
That's right. Very GSL. Round of 6 now. Again, you know, I got my eyes on Hero here.
Yeah, I think Dark is probably favored. A lot of mirror matchups going to be coming up.
Yep, that's right.
So
and then
Monday,
no matter what, TVZ here.
Monday we are going to be having the entire round of 6, and yeah, we'll get 2 players to go
This
up.
layout is so confusing now that I'm looking at it.
It's not as confusing as the round robin groups, man.
It's like semifinals on the far right, and then round of 6 on the far left.
Yeah.
Well,
nobody knows, guys.
Nobody knows.
It's a treasure map, but no one's ever found the treasure.
You?
Yeah, no, it actually makes perfect sense.
I gotta go, guys. I must be tired. Sorry. And I'm like, look at this. These names, it's just a scramble of letters. It doesn't say anything. Just watch my brain slowly fall apart.
So TVT and ZVZ. And yeah, that's that, guys. This is the next thing you're going to see from us on Monday.
Hell yeah, dude.
We're getting right to the end. We're almost there.
Yeah, we're almost over with the season. But Season 3 will be right around the corner for that. And ASL going to be announced soon.
Has been announced.
It's been announced, okay.
Starts on the 8th. I will be casting that, of course. So check that out. And yeah, it's been a long night. It's been a good night. And all I want to do is say good night.
Yeah. All I want to say is night good.
Yeah. I want to get home on the train before it closes. And thank you for watching, guys. It was fun tonight.
It was a crazy best of 3 to close it out.
Yeah, and it's nice that it actually altered who was going to advance and everything.
Yeah. But great, you know, epic endgame matches for sure. So we'll be back. We'll be back on Monday and Thursday, and we will rapidly be approaching the finals of the season.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Hero makes it.
I mean,
man.
there's only 3 days left this season.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, like 2 weeks, we're gonna have a champion, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna do another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just keep
All right.
going.
Are they gonna close it out? We can close it out now,
so.
guys. We got to get home. See ya. Bye bye.
It's a fire, let it go, free the animal.
2022 GSL Season 2.